up for Mr. Speaker.
A very good morning to everyone. I'm delivering the State of Parliament address in relation to the UGPH story. First off, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished alumni present, honored guests, fellow parliamentarians, members of the University of Ghana Parliament House, ladies and gentlemen, I do not believe I am the right person to tell the UGPH story, because how well can someone who joined the University of Ghana Parliament House in 2021 as a fresher tell the story of this noble house? Yet I believe fate has made it. I stand before you this day in utmost humility and a heart full of gratitude as the 20th Speaker of the University of Ghana Parliament House to recount and celebrate our remarkable 2 decades. It is a journey characterized by growth, excellence, and an unwavering commitment to democracy and governance. Our origin and vision. The story of UGPH dates back to 2004, when the Public Affairs Directorate of Parliament of Ghana envisioned a platform where university students could actively engage in meaningful discussions, debates, and decision-making processes. This vision brought forth the establishment of the University of Ghana Parliament House, which later became the most vibrant student parliament in Ghana. Our primary objective have always been clear: to promote a deep understanding and appreciation of our governance system, educate students on constitutional rights and responsibility, foster the spirit of patriotism and national pride, and ultimately train the leaders of tomorrow. Our mission and goals. From its inception, UGPH has served as a microcosm of the national parliament. We have offered students the unique opportunity to gain insight into the workings of democracy and governance. Our aims have been sixfold. 1, to promote the understanding and appreciation of the governance system among university students. 2, to educate and conscientize students about constitutional rights and responsibilities. 3, to nurture and promote the leaders of the future. 4, to provide a dynamic platform for discussion on government policies impacting students and youth. 5, to serve as catalyst for societal change. And 6, to embed the culture of democratic engagement amongst members. Our journey of excellence. Over the past 2 decades, UGPH has achieved several significant milestones. 1, facilitating constructive debate. We have created a forum for students to engage in debate and discussions on a wide range of socio-political issues, honing their critical thinking skills and enabling them to voice their opinions. 2, organizing mock parliamentary sessions. These sessions have offered students hand-on experience in legislation and decision-making. 3, encouraging active participation. We have consistently promoted student involvement in campus governance and leadership roles, preparing them for future leadership positions. 4, promoting democratic values. UGPH has been front and center in fostering respect for diversity, inclusivity, and democratic values within campus politics. 5, developing leadership skills. Through our activities, we have nurtured leadership abilities, public speaking skills, and teamwork among students, preparing them for active citizenship beyond their university years. Champions of Commonwealth debate. We have earned accolades, including being crowned champions of the Commonwealth Debate Championship, organized by Parliament of Ghana, as well as securing second runner-up positions twice. Produce leaders. UGPH has produced leaders who have excelled in various roles within the University of Ghana, from the JCR and departmental executive to esteemed member of parliament. Runner-up for Commonwealth debate. Proudly secured the first runner-up position at the 2020 Commonwealth Debate Championship. Organizing anti-corruption workshop. Our recent anti-corruption workshop on money in politics of student leaders held on 26th March 2024 underscores our commitment to instilling integrity and ethical leadership. And then 10, platform for grooming and mentorship. In the house, we have become a reference for outstanding track grooming and mentoring young people who rise to in different capacities in the university community. Celebrating our pace setters. As we reflect on our achievement, we must also honor and celebrate the pace setters of the parliament we cherish today. These visionaries and trailblazers laid the foundation for UGPH, enabling us to reach the heights we celebrate now. Their dedication and foresight have been instrumental in shaping the platform we enjoy. We stand on the shoulders of these giants, and it is their legacies that continues to inspire us. We, the current members and leaders of the University of Ghana Parliament House, in no way ascribe today's milestone celebration and achievement, but also that of those who came before us, those who kept the fire of democracy and good governance practices burning and handed same over to us, those who of their sacrifices and dedication left for us a parliament that signifies a platform of pure and organic growth and excellence, a beacon of hope and change. As we celebrate our 20th anniversary under the theme Celebrating UGPA 20 years journey in consolidating democracy, nurturing Ghana's future leaders, we look back with pride on our achievement and forward with hope. UGPH has become more than just a platform. It has become a beacon of hope. We have cultivated an environment where students from diverse backgrounds come together to learn, grow, and contribute to the consolidation of Ghana's democracy. Our journey has been one of collective effort and unity. It is through the dedication of members, past and present, that flows of excellence. If you are here and you have no reason to join the University of Ghana Parliament House, I want to tell you that there is an inevitable reason right here. That reason is Justice Allah, that you see and admire from here. Sometimes growth is like the Chinese bamboo tree. It takes time. I believe this is the story of the University of Ghana Parliament House. We have grown in patience and commitment. What you see today started some 20 years ago. And today, a new chapter has begun. And it's going to be greater and excellent. In conclusion, the 20th year, in our 20th year, let us renew our commitment to the ideals and objectives that guided us thus far. The University of Ghana Parliament House remains steadfast in its mission to develop future leaders and integrity, vision and dedication to the principle of democracy. Thank you for being part of this incredible. Together we will continue to shape the future, strengthen democracy, and make lasting impact on society. Long live Ghana, long live University of Ghana, long live the University of Ghana Parliament, long live our democratic
passionately address him as the justice, our law. Ladies and gentlemen, in one voice of democracy from below, I'm going to mention UGPH, then you respond democracy from below. UGPH. UGPH. Slogan, of course, ladies and gentlemen, underpins what Right Honorable Speaker Justice Alor has actually taken us through. Ours is to engage in activities to ensure that we actually strengthen the democracy, that of which we enjoy in our country today. Of course, some may actually argue that it is a liberal democracy. Some may say otherwise. But our purpose here as a Parliament House, and having to have served as the 19th Speaker of this most vibrant house in Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to give it up again once more to University of Ghana Parliament House. At this momentous juncture, ladies and gentlemen, let us move quickly with respect to the story and official launch. Respect to University of Ghana Parliament House. I think there was a little bit of lapse of concentration that quickly circulated my point. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all be on our feet humbly as we take youth anthem. Then we proceed with our activity. So, our media men, I hope you are ready for us.
Rights for the youth, for the country.
Thank you. With a warm round of applause, let's resume our seats. Thank you very much for having engaged in this very wonderful exercise to at least revive our patriotism with respect to actions that of which we are going to insert or invest when it comes to strengthening of our democracy in Ghana. But before we take our next presentation, I think I can see some honorable members of the University of Ghana Parliament House here with us. Please, if you are here, let's have our usual calling. So we'll do right now. Out as your or with station. I can see with us. Tell us your expectations, possibly your experience with UGPH as well.
Okay, so thank you for the opportunity. I think it's wise if I begin. Yes. My experience with UGPH. So I joined UGPH in, I think, level 100. And as a young fresher, you know, when you come to school, you don't expect to come and they say there's parliament. And then when the speaker enters, you see everybody rising and you're like, hey, what is happening? And they say, yeah. And so it has been a growth. I didn't even know how parliamentary affairs, but UGPH exposed me to that. For my expectations, I will say that today I know that we will be graced by the Right Honorable Speaker, Alban Bagbin, and I know that I will know much about parliamentary affairs, and we have our open forum which exposes us to great dignitaries, and I can only learn more and know more. Thank you.
Let's give it up to Madam Laurentia Owusu. Very passionate when it comes to gender balance and all. So since we have taken from a female, let's get to Mr. Jerry K. Asiedu. Please, what has UGPH done for you thus far?
All right, thank you very much for this opportunity. UGPH has done a lot for me. I remember way back in level 100 when I entered the University of Ghana. And then my first time in the house, where I met my own cousin, who first of all took me through the parliamentary proceedings. I got the chance to contribute to the affairs of the house, and then also to make a remark in the house. The Parliament House has really groomed me to who I am today, and I can be bold to stand in the public space and then express myself, not because of who I am, but because of what University of Ghana. Thank you very much.
Let's give it up to Mr. Jerry. He says that not because of who he thinks he is, but because of the kind of impact, pragmatic one to be precise, that of which the University of Ghana Parliament House has had on him. And so at this particular juncture, you can all attest to the fact that, of course, when you are to introduce some distinguished individuals, often you tend to shiver a little. But then let me try. We would be taking a presentation with respect to the private members bill, the regime or its regime in Ghana. And this individual who is going to engage us in this exercise is the Executive Director for Parliamentary Network Africa, Mr. Sami Obing. With a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let's invite Mr. Sami.
Thank you very much, Seidu. Another big round of applause for Seidu. I believe that Seidu has served as a great testament of how opportunities like this to nurture the leadership qualities in us can blossom very much. And I'm happy that the Speaker of the UG Parliament House also gave an indication of the impact that the University of Ghana Parliament House has had on nurturing leaders who certainly have had the opportunity to impact society and are still being nurtured within the system. The Honourable Member of Parliament for Madina constituency the Honorable Deputy Attorney General and Deputy Minister for Justice, our distinguished guests from academia, members from civil society who have joined us today, members from the diplomatic community. Today's meeting is to achieve 3 broad objectives. As we have already seen from the conversations that have gone on, the University of Ghana Parliament House is celebrating 20 years of its establishment. 20 years of an opportunity to nurture young minds towards taking up leadership roles and positions. And I can list a number of members of parliament who themselves, sitting members of parliament today, who themselves were members of the University of Ghana Parliament House. And so it is indeed an important period to celebrate. Beyond the launch of the 20th anniversary, which very soon, my speaker in a couple of minutes gets to join us and we do the official launch ceremonially, we're also to have a very important national conversation on the topic of private members' bills. And for me, it could not have been a better time to have that conversation. I recall 16th July 2020, sitting in the chamber of the, on the public gallery of the Parliament of Ghana, listening to debates from members of parliament prior to the passage of the motion for the adoption of the need to start admitting private members' bills in Ghana's parliament. Subsequent to that, I recall that the Right Honorable Speaker then, the Right Honorable Aaron Michael Quay, convened a session of civil society organizations and leaders within academia to have a conversation around what this whole regime. We're not too sure what 4 years of that arrangement will look like. But today here we are to mark 4 years of that arrangement and to see what it has in stock for us. In the opening remarks delivered by my colleague Joanna, she took us a bit down memory lane. And it's expected that with Mr. Speaker himself joining us in about a minute or so, we would listen to, of course, the longest serving legislator in the Parliament of Ghana, who currently serves as the Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana, share with us perspectives on this all-important subject matter. But we are not leaving it at that. We will also have the opportunity to listen to a panel of distinguished persons who would share perspectives on the 4-year journey so far, the successes, of course, the challenges, and what lessons we can learn to be able to take the conversation forward. And for us at Parliamentary Network Africa, the goal is that beyond the conversation, we should be able to have this all developed into a policy brief that chronicles the 4-year journey of the private members' bill regime in Ghana and some of the recommendations, lessons, advice, ways forward that gets suggested at this platform. Once we are done with this first part of the meeting, our guests from outside University of Ghana will be allowed to leave us. We know that the University of Ghana Parliament House will have then a joint sitting of the Parliament of the University of Ghana together with Sister Students Parliament to debate, just like it is done in the parliamentary chambers, a very important topic that has been selected for the day. So this is how our program is looking. And we are looking forward to a very, very exciting conversation. Now, it is important to recognize a few, to put in perspective some of the dignitaries that have been able to join us, some of the groups and organizations that have joined us today, to acknowledge them and to help all of us appreciate who and who is in the room. already my colleague Joanna has introduced our guests who will be on the panel. I will take time again to introduce them one more time. But we understand also that, or we know that there are some other students' parliaments. This is celebrating the University of Ghana Parliament House, yes? But we also understand that there are some other students' parliaments who have joined us. And maybe this will be a very good opportunity to see who and who or which other student parliaments are in the room. So I have here on my list the Wisconsin Students' Parliament. Are they here with us yet? Is the Speaker of the Wisconsin Students' Parliament here yet? Okay, we do not have Wisconsin yet. The Speaker and members of the Unimac Parliaments. Okay. The Speaker and members of ATUPH, Accra Technical University Parliament House. Oh, please rise so that we can acknowledge you properly. A very big round of applause for the Accra Technical University Parliament House. Thank you very much. The Speaker and members of the University for Professional Studies Parliament House, UPSA Parliament House. Are they here with us? Okay, the gentleman rose. I thought he was one of them. Okay. And then, of course, the Speaker and members of the host parliament, the University of Ghana Parliament House. Can we see all the University of Ghana Parliament rise on your feet so we acknowledge you? A very big round of applause for yourselves. Excellent. Please take your seat. Just as had been indicated earlier, and I will go on to recognize the other groups that are in once we have our guest of honor seated, so that he would also get to appreciate who and who is in the room. But still on the matter of providing context, 16th July 2020, when the Parliament of Ghana passed the motion, we've gone on to have a number of private members' bills passed by the Parliament of Ghana. Of course, it started with the Road Traffic Amendment Bill that got passed in 2020. And so the 7th Parliament that expired had that as the only private members' bill that got passed. It was accented to by His Excellency the President. And of course, it is a piece of legislation that is on our statute books. Beyond that, the Parliament of Ghana has also gone further to pass a number of private members' bills. It includes the Criminal Offences Amendments bills, one to decriminalize attempted suicide, one on the subject of criminalizing anyone who declares another person as a witch, one that goes to speak to the abolition of death penalty, and then the Human Sexual Rights and Ghanaian Family Values Bill that also has been quite popular. Some of them passed and accented to. Some of them passed. His Excellency the President has given reasons why he is unable to accent to. But this has also provided us an opportunity for the executive branch of government, the legislative branch of government, and the judiciary to engage in a very interesting manner. The legislature passes a piece of legislation by the principles of separation of power. His Excellency the President has the mandate to accent to it, so it gets to the table of the executive branch. His Excellency the President tells us that upon the advice of his principal lawyer, the Attorney General, he is unable to accent to some of these bills, and gives a reason for that. of course, the matter lands in court, and so the judiciary is also invited into the conversation for us to see how all of this goes. And so that will engage our minds today. Fortunately, the Deputy Attorney General is here. Fortunately, the Honorable Francis Xavier Sosu, who has been one of the leading members of Parliament so far as putting forward private members' bills are concerned, is here. And they would help us with conversations and engagements that would aid our understanding into the whole subject of private members' bills and why the purported standoff between the executive branch and the legislative branch. But not only are we going to hear from the politicians, we would also have the perspectives of academia, coming in, and that's how we have Dr. Mami Ajua Jechijando in our midst. But at this point, ladies and gentlemen, shall we all rise as we welcome into our midst the Speaker of the 8th Parliament of the Republic of Ghana, the Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Babin. Let's welcome him with a very big round of applause. Oh, you can do it better. And I'll tell you why you must do it better when Mr. Speaker gets seated. Another big round of applause for Mr. Speaker. Thank you. You may now resume your seats. It is important to, from the very beginning, into our midst, help us to appreciate the extent to which the Right Honorable Speaker placed premium on this event. As we speak now, the Parliament of Ghana has convened a workshop with civil society organizations to launch a knowledge material civil society can effectively engage with the Parliament of Ghana. And this is happening inside East Legon at AH Hotel. Mr. Speaker is the special guest who is opening this event, an event by his very own institution. Mr. Speaker decides that for the reverence he has for arts as the future, the current, the present of Ghana, and for the importance of the subject matter that we are discussing today, he would literally, and I'm using his words when he called me on the phone this morning, abandon his own event to be here with us this morning. And I think that deserves a very big round of applause. And so, Right Honorable Speaker, prior to your coming, we had heard from the University of Ghana Parliament House, which is marking 20 years of the establishment of the University of Ghana Parliament House. And that 20th anniversary coincided with the idea to commemorate 4 years of private members' bills regime in Ghana. And so the Speaker of the University of Ghana Parliament House, there is a joke about how the honorable members of Parliament and the honorable members of district assemblies, who has a capital H, who has a small h, and whether the district assembly folks can write a capital H or a small h. Mr. Speaker, the students, parliamentarians, and their leadership also uses the title Right Honorable. So I'm wondering whether their Right Honorable will be a capital R and a capital H, or we keep it at small r and small h, especially when the Right Honorable himself is in the house. Especially when the Right Honorable himself is in the house. So my brother Justice Alo, who is the Speaker of the University of Ghana Parliament House, forgive me if I don't address you as Right Honorable for the rest of the program. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Justice Alo, who is seated on the extreme end of the row, is the Speaker of the University of Ghana Parliament, who has taken us through the 20 years journey of the University of Ghana Parliament House and has expressed succinctly how the Parliament has contributed in developing young people from the university who have gotten involved in national leadership and are playing their own role and continue to do same. We also have representatives of students' parliaments in universities across the Greater Accra region who are also present here today to be part of today's event. We are also joined by members of staff of the parliamentary service. I can see a good number of them who have accompanied the Right Honorable Speaker to be here, and we appreciate their presence. Members of academia, of course, we cannot come onto the campus of University of Ghana and not have academia join us for such an important conversation. There are members of the representatives from the diplomatic community. We have a representative from the EU delegation, a representative from the Netherlands Embassy, and the representative from the British High Commission, all joining us. Please give us a wave. Let's acknowledge your presence amongst us. We have a good number of civil society representatives also joining us here today to contribute to the conversation. Budget Ghana, which is an organization that specializes in public financial management and is interested in how private members' bill regime could also even advance that conversation. The Africa Center for Parliamentary Affairs, ASEPA, the Women in Law and Development, WILDAF, the Ghana Tax Youth Africa, the Ghana Federation of Disability Organizations, and the Parliamentary Network Africa as representatives of civil society who are in our midst at the moment, and we expect a few more to join us. The University of Ghana Parliament House, which is the host Parliament House, is also here. The Graduate Students Association of Ghana and its national leadership are also here joining us today. And let's acknowledge the GRASAC leadership for... And because of the interest of the subject matter, we have a good number of friends from the media joining us to be able to carry on the conversation beyond today. So we'll be soon moving into officially welcoming Mr. Speaker to deliver to us his keynote address, but we have a small ceremonial assignment that needs to be undertaken, Mr. Speaker, which will be to officially launch the University of Ghana Parliament House at 20. And Mr. Speaker, as you know, the various students' parliaments are babies of the Parliament of Ghana, coordinated under the Public Engagements Department of the Parliament of Ghana. So I'd like to welcome Madame Margaret Donko, Deputy Director of the Public Engagements Department of the Parliament of Ghana, who would briefly lead us, and then we move into second gear. We all call her Maggie D. Maggie D, you are welcome.
Thank you, Sami. Thank you very much. The Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Babin, Honorable Alfred Tia Yeboah, Deputy Attorney General and Deputy Minister of Justice, Honorable Member of Parliament for Medina, Dr. Mame Ajua Jache Jando, Senior Lecturer at the Political Science Department of the University of Ghana, Mr. Samir Obeng, Executive Director of Parliament Network Africa, Honorable Justice Alo, Speaker of the University of Ghana Student Parliament and esteemed leadership. You see, Mr. Speaker, Justice Alo, you are not the Right Honorable here now. Distinguished guests, the diplomatic corps, faculty members, students and members of the media present, as with the 20th anniversary of the University of Ghana, Parliament House, PH. On behalf of the speaker, Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Babin, I extend warm greetings to you all. It is my pleasure to address you on this momentous occasion. The theme, celebrating university of this institution in shaping
and collaborated with the University of Ghana Student Parliament, Youth Parliament conferences. These efforts have about its impact. One, winning, notably counting Honorable Sami Okujeto Ablakwa amongst its distinguished alumni. These accomplishments demonstrate the power of this institution in nurturing critical thinking, leadership, and democratic values among our youth. The Department of Public Engagement of Parliament recognizes and deeply appreciates the invaluable contribution of the University of Ghana Parliament House and to our democratic landscape. How to support and partner with you in this noble endeavor. Our collaboration signifies a shared commitment to nurturing the next generation of leaders who will uphold and advance the democratic values that are the cornerstone of our nation's progress. Looking to the future, the department and Parliament in general has ambitious plans to further support and enhance student parliament across Ghana. And as Sami Obin rightly said, Mr. Speaker, though he has a busy schedule this morning, since he deems this Parliament of the University of Ghana very high, he had to be here with you. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Speaker. Right, thank you very much. Looking to the future, the department and Parliament in general has ambitious plans to further support and enhance student parliament across Ghana. We aim to revive and strengthen parliamentary youth clubs, restructure the youth parliament concept, develop a youth parliament charter to regulate the activities of student parliament, and identify and train patrons on student parliament concept. These initiatives will ensure that the success of the University of Ghana's student parliament can be replicated and expanded, creating a robust network of young leaders prepared to guide our nation's democratic future. As we reflect on the past 2 decades and look ahead, we are filled with optimism. Has proven to be a crucible for leadership, producing individuals who are making significant contribution to our nation's governance and development. On behalf of the Parliament of Ghana and on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker, I extend our heartfelt congratulations to the University of Ghana Parliament House on this momentous occasion. We look forward to many more years of fruitful collaboration and continued success in your endeavors. With these few words, I am honored to declare the 20th anniversary celebration of the University of Ghana Student Parliament duly launched. May this institution continue to thrive and shape the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Magdi. So, once again, the University of Ghana Parliament House team that are here, the members of the University of Ghana Parliament House, can you rise so that we recognize you again as the anniversary group? A very big round of applause for the members of the University of Ghana Parliament House. And congratulations to you on 20 years of the existence of this Parliament House. We hope that you continue to keep the standards very, very high, just like your forebears had done. Thank you. You may resume your seats. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at this point we will zoom straight into our conversations on 4 years of private members' bills regime in Ghana, the experiences, the lessons, and ways forward. And like I had earlier explained, this is going to be in 2 parts. We'll receive a keynote presentation from the Right Honorable Speaker himself, after which we'll have a panel discussion. And Mr. Speaker, the panel will be made up of a member of parliament who has certainly distinguished himself as one who acknowledges and appreciates the importance of the PMB as a tool for legislative work, for which reason he has been extremely involved in ensuring that some notable private members' bills, have been shepherded through the Parliament of Ghana. I'm not too sure this is not part of his constituency, but he's in a neighboring constituency. He is a member of parliament for the Medina constituency, the Honorable Francis Xavier Sosu. He's in our midst and he'll be joining the panel discussion. We know that in this private members bill conversation also, one institution of the executive branch that remains instrumental in the entire conversation is the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice. The ministry has been gracious enough to have join us today the Deputy Attorney General and Deputy Minister for Justice, the Honorable Alfred Tia Yeboah, who would also be joining the panel. And I certainly will be interested in hearing perspectives from the executive branch also on this whole subject of private members' bill, being minded also about the risk of being sub judice, like the lawyers say, on some of the aspects. But there are so many aspects of this private members' bill conversation which has nothing to do with the courts, and we'll have those conversations here and have them squarely. We would also be getting perspectives from an academic who has distinguished herself in the field of the political sciences, a former head of department of the political science department of University of Ghana, of course a senior lecturer at the department, Dr. Mame Ajua Jechijando, who is also in our midst today. Having worked in monitoring all the private members' bills that have been submitted to Parliament so far as an institution, Parliamentary Network Africa, with a dedicated private members' bill desk in the office, I would have the pleasure of moderating that panel discussion and putting some questions to our guests on the subject matter. And so we would get to that part. But before then, I have the singular honor to welcome the 7th Speaker of this 4th Republic. We are in the 8th Parliament, but he's the 7th Speaker. And I'm sure students within the University of Ghana Parliament House know why. I see a gentleman nodding. I wanted to put a question to him to see whether he knows why we are in the 8th Parliament. Mr. Speaker is the 7th Speaker of the 8th Parliament, because we've had one Speaker who served 2 terms and then the other speakers continued. The 7th Speaker of the 4th Republic, serving as the Speaker of this 8th Parliament. He's been Speaker since the morning of 7th January 2021. But prior to becoming Speaker, he had served as Member of Parliament for Nadoli Kaleo constituency all throughout the life of this 4th Republic. And of course, he still holds the record as the longest serving legislator of the 4th Republic of Ghana. Capping it all with the position of Speaker of Parliament. And of course, he tells us that he's the number 3. Indeed, he is the number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation and a round of applause, let's welcome the Right Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana, Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Babin. We can do it better for the Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Please kindly resume your seats. Good morning to you all. I can't hear you. I have to keep you all awake. Nobody is going to doze off. And I'll keep you talking as I talk. And please, it's very healthy to clap. It's not just going to keep you awake, but it's also going to keep you healthy. I see some of you are not used to clapping. Please, for speakers, we always want applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. I acknowledge all the protocols, and I want your permissions to stand on them, and also to thank all of you for this unique opportunity to have this conversation with you. I'm one of those who just don't conform. But throughout my life, I conform to transform. Even sometimes at the risk of my life. But I know God is with me always. I'm going to say some things that those who are members of the panel may have to rewrite their notes. And so I want all of you to be very, very attentive. I know all of them. And I know Prof, the product of one of my lecturers, one of my mentors, was a father, and I even traced him to as far as the US. Visited him when he was there. And did a lot to try to bring him home. And he finally did. And so, Prof, congratulations for taking after your dad. You know, the dad lectured me in constitutional law. You know, very, very good lecturer. And so I'm a product of all of them. And I'm more controversial than them. And this controversy is producing good fruits for humanity. And I'm grateful to be committed to doing that. I take this event very, very seriously, as you've been told. I was one of those who not just initiated, but also put it into reality to establish these youth parliaments, including the students' parliaments all over the country. We did that under a new department we created in Parliament called Public Affairs Department. And we're able to poach some communicators into that department. The first, who is no more, is the second, who is now the coordinating director of the Public Affairs Department that has been split now into 3 departments during my era as Speaker. So it's now a division. And so it has given birth to 3 departments. One is public engagement. The other is media relations. And the third one is broadcasting. So I've transformed. I didn't just conform. I've transformed that department now, and we're now putting more emphasis on reaching out directly to the people we represent. Not just by air, but also through personal contacts. So you have the broadcasting. We're working towards live broadcasting for you to see us in action on daily basis, not just using the website and the rest. And then you have the public engagement, meeting you physically, in person, and having conversations as we are doing. And also getting a critical partner of governance, the media, glued to our work, strengthened to be the bridge between Parliament and the people. And that's why you have the 3 departments. We'll be able to get the 3 directors. And she is a deputy director. Magdi is very well known in Parliament and admired by all. You can never be angry with Magdi because she's always smiles, always happy, all over the place, you know. So I'm happy to see all of you here. My tools, I need my standing orders too. Maybe I have to refer to it. I'll try as much as possible to be very practical, not theoretical. And so please, just bear with me if I'm taking a bit of your time, because we scarcely get this opportunity. And as you know, Parliament is sitting. I've asked one of my deputies to take control, but I'll be there in the afternoon to preside over some critical matters. So I'm also cautious of the small energy that I have. I have to reserve some. But I actually took the decision to be here personally when last night one of my officers, I hope she's here, the draftsperson, where is she? Senna, yes. Senna, she's up there. This young lady up there is the head of the drafting department. I think we also pushed her from Attorney General's department. Yeah, so she's here with us. She came to draw my attention to the fact that the event was coming on today. And I went through her draft. And there are some areas that I think that I should personally come and emphasize. She did a good draft for me, but I had to add a few things because I realized the importance of this. And as a former minority leader, I know the value, because I had to lean on students in those very difficult times to try to survive the 4th attempt at democratic governance in Ghana. Was after the 2000 elections. Ghanaians are used to only military takeovers. They are not used to constitutional democratic transitions. And so what occurred in the military takeovers engulfed the nation. You see, and it's like 1966 coup, where CBP had to be proscribed, and all executives of CBP had to be arrested and locked into prisons and maltreated, and people had to run out of the country. Then the same happened in 1972, 1979. That is what Ghanaians are used to. So when there was that takeover from the MPP government, that culture was there, and the then president, His Excellency Ajekum Kufuor, had to struggle to keep people together. And those who are members of the NDC will recall when you could not even wear an NDC t-shirt or hold a paraphernalia of NDC. And I was made minority leader. So I had to go around the country mobilizing students, the youth, to try to understand and come on board. And that is how come you had the Bagwin Fan Club, which was formed by students all over the country. So I know the utility value of students. And they really supported me to turn around and change things in this country. And I want to continue to bow down my heart to the youth and the students of this country. So I see the invitation to me to deliver the keynote address at this very important public forum to serve two purposes. One, I think I'm called upon to throw light on the law and practice on the passage of private members' bills as a matter of public education. And secondly, an opportunity to respond to the anxiety and worry of the public on the seeming impasse between Parliament and the executive president. Your invitation to me and no other person is a further recognition of the role I play in lawmaking. Because as you all know, he who feels it knows it better. Today's forum is very, very timely, as it offers the university, particularly Parliament House, an opportune platform to reflect on an important development of our legislative process. This hitherto was unknown in our practice. That is the introduction of private members' bills in Ghana. I must commend the organizers for taking a great interest in the work of Parliament and for creating this opportunity for us to have such an important conversation. P&N Africa is a new discovery. I got to know them not long ago, but what they have done so far within our continent is beyond maybe what some of us did from 1993. It's not easy breaking the mold, but I think they've done that, because who watches over the watchman? And now, every day, as I struggle to sleep, I am looking back to see whether P&N Africa and their allies are not behind me, you know, watching over what I'm doing. And I must commend you, Mr. Samuel Obeng, for a good job done. The obvious theme for today's occasion, as you all know, is celebrating University of Ghana Parliament House 20-year journey in consolidating democracy. I must say we have not yet consolidated. We are still consolidating. And that is not where we should end. We should talk about entrenching democracy and democratic culture. So that becomes a matter of course. You don't need to have a police officer at the traffic light so that will compel you to stop when it goes red. This, as the team clearly indicates, is towards nurturing Ghana's future leaders. And I must say, I'm very proud of the future leaders. I attended one basic school, and the students exhibited not only talents, but the oratory that these kids, aged between 10 and 15, exhibited. I couldn't do that even when I was in the university. I couldn't. As an English student, I couldn't even use those words they were using. And I was really amazed. And so when I hear people talking about the decline of education, I beg to differ. They will be seeing education in a different perspective from what we are experiencing today. And today's generation is different from our generation. You know, we were the baby boomers. The baby boomers came after the Second World War, where they had finished killing each other. And so the world was almost empty, and our parents went into action. And so one could produce over 100 children, and we had that in Ghana. I don't want to mention the name of the person who had over 100 children in Ghana. You can go and do the research. So you see, in the transition to the Fourth Republic, we had to come with the legal framework that had to govern all of us. And the focus at that time was transition to democratic rule. Many were not, particularly the elite, were very lackluster about this. And they didn't participate in the details of crafting this basic legal framework. But I think that the decision that was taken to get everybody involved in getting the 1992 Constitution crafted was a very intelligent and wise decision. Because that is what has made it one of the reasons why it has lasted so long. We all see ourselves as part and parcel of that product. We made inputs into it. Whether you are a hairdresser, or you are a teacher, or you are a traditional leader, or you are a religious leader, or you are a lawyer, or they were all put together in assembly. We did not give them time because people did not believe that the then PNDC was prepared to hand over power. So there was some pressure on them. And they could not understand the wise counsel of the constitutional experts. His group did a good job by studying all the systems, the variants of democracy, the legal documents, and crafting something that was uniquely Ghana. And so, under some pressure, the Consultative Assembly disagreed with some areas. And I'm going to refer to them as we go along. That's why I'm giving you this background. And instead of us having a president with a prime minister, the Consultative Assembly opted for a president with a vice president. And so they had to change some of the proposals from the constitutional experts. And that's one of the reasons when you go through our constitution, you see the position of the vice president is not followed up with any functions or duties of the vice president. Because those were meant for the prime minister. And once the prime minister aspect was taken away, they took those functions away. And during the first experiment, you saw the differences between the then president and his vice, which led to one of the constitutional amendments, in 1996. And the role that was given to the vice president to chair some of the constitutional bodies like police council, armed forces council, prisons, and all those things were taken away. And now we have the president being the master of all. And so we end up creating an executive president, not having a ceremonial president with a prime minister, and the prime minister in charge of the government, whilst the president is in charge of the state. And so now we have a president who is the head of the state, he is the head of the government, he is the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, and is also the head of the political party he belongs to. And he is the boss of the whole public service. He appoints and disappoints. And we have experienced both, throughout this era. So the 1992 Constitution is really key to all this, including what we are discussing today. You realize that in the 1992 Constitution, in Article 93(2), the legislative power, that is the power to make law, is vested in Parliament. And the same article states that the power is to be exercised in accordance with the Constitution. All these powers we are talking about belong to the people, not to me, not to Parliament, not to the president. So they just decided to delegate a bit of that power to each arm of government. And for Parliament, the area they gave us, finality, is lawmaking. And for the executive, actually in our constitution, government is defined as the executive. That is the authority in which vests the executive power, which is vested in the executive president. So in Ghana, the government is the president. But for legislative power, we have the final authority. Now, when I talk about we, I'm talking about the institution of Parliament, not the Speaker. The Speaker, for good reason, and maybe because of the power they have put in the President, that huge executive power, they made the Speaker's position also stronger. And that is why there are three categories of persons that are elected, not appointed. The president is elected by the people. The members of parliament are elected by the people. Assembly members, please allow them to use the title, particularly those that are elected. If they say they are honorable, they are honorable. After all, what we do is that half a name is given. But half a title, because you know name is a noun. But titles are adjectives. And so most of the time you have to earn it. And so right honorable justice, you've earned it. And so you should be called right honorable. So they made the Speaker of Parliament not to be a member of Parliament. And that's a very unique system in Ghana. Because in the rest of the places, you mostly see that the Speaker is a member of Parliament. But here, the Speaker is not a member of Parliament. And the Speaker is also elected. Many of you refer to me as appointed. No, nobody has appointed me. I was elected, and you all saw what happened on the day of the election. It was not an easy battle. God has to fight my battle. So it's not only the president who was crying, the battle is the Lord's. And so the Speaker is also elected to make sure that the Speaker is able to hand over the president. The Constitution decided that the president can be impeached by only 2/3 of the votes of the members of Parliament. But the Speaker can only be removed by 3/4 of the votes of the members of Parliament. So 275, 2/3 will give you what? Mathematicians. Yes. What's the number? 2/3 of 275. Hey. 180. 3/4 of 275. 207. So who is more difficult to remove? You see, is the Speaker. Very difficult to remove the Speaker. You can't get 207 out of 275 in the Parliament to remove a Speaker. When I made this statement in Ho, my friends in the media, where are you? Many of who I sponsored. When I was minority leader, every year I sponsored 2 or 3 young people to study journalism. Personally, 2 or 3. They are here practicing. In fact, majority are with MPP than NDC. They published that I said I was going to remove the president. The speaker cannot remove the president. I don't have that. I don't even vote. It's the MPs who vote. I cannot. But that was the headline. And that made the president to shake a bit, and my security was withdrawn from me. That's how come I lost my military personnel. You don't know this. I'm telling you. So when you go through the Constitution, you see that Article 1061 provides that the power of Parliament to make laws, quote, shall be as by bills passed by Parliament and assented to by the President, unquote. Many of these things I say is because of my relationship with the powers that be. You can't do it. Me, I'm fortunate for all these years to have been a leader of all of them. So I can always speak the way I speak. And that respect is still there, whether I'm president or not. The president worked under me. So I can always say these things with ease. So they shall be exercised by what? Bills passed by Parliament and assented to by the President. And you've been told what a bill is. It's just a draft of an act of Parliament to be submitted to Parliament to be processed into or passed into law or rejected. It's not all the drafts that come to Parliament that see the light of day. We have the power to reject some, and we do reject some. Now, where do they come from? These bills. The answer to this question can be found in the Constitution again. It must be noted that the Constitution 1992 does not use the term private members bill or government bill. But when you do a close reading of the provisions relating to bills, particularly, and I'm happy PN Africa quoted some of the provisions, Article 106 and 108 point to a distinction between bills introduced by or on behalf of the President and other bills. Article 106 makes the processing of a draft act into law a joint and collaborative process. And that is where this impasse between Parliament and the Presidency is of worry to Ghanaians. What that exercise must be collaborative. We sit there, the Constitution says we have to pass the bill. But for it to become law, it must be assented to by the President. As I go along, you understand that we need to work together. Because as I stand, if I decide to also exercise my power, then the executive will never function. Article 1061 states how Parliament is to exercise the power conferred by Article 93(2). The power is to be exercised by bills passed and assented to by the President. And to quote the article, it says, the power of Parliament to make laws shall be exercised by bills passed by Parliament and assented to by the President. Article 108 provides, Parliament shall not, unless the bill is introduced or the motion is introduced by or on behalf of the President, A, proceed upon the bill, including an amendment to a bill, that in the opinion of the person presiding, and note that in the opinion of the person presiding, makes provision for any of the following. Underline also, makes provision for any of the following. 1, the imposition of taxation or the alteration of taxation. otherwise than by reduction. And so, we can pass a law to impose taxes, but that could be reducing what the existing law has stated. You altering it by reduction. Nothing prevents any other person, apart from the president, doing that. Are we together? 2, the imposition of a charge on the consolidated funds or other public funds of Ghana, or the alteration of any such charge otherwise than by reduction. So again, even there, we can pass law. By doing what? Reducing it. So if you bring e-levy and you say 1% and we disagree with you, we can initiate a private member's bill and say 0.05. There's nothing that prevents Parliament from doing so. 3, the payment, issue, or withdrawal from the consolidated fund or other public funds of Ghana of any monies not charged on the consolidated fund or any increase in the amount of that payment, issue, or withdrawal. And that is also very clear. It deals with payment, issue, or withdrawal from consolidated fund. The 4th, the composition or remission of any debt due to the government of Ghana. We are in a debt situation now, and that is in the hands of the executive. We don't execute. We don't implement. And the same for the judiciary. We take decisions. We give directives. We give orders. The body to implement them is the executive. And so when you have our Public Accounts Committee going through all the accounts and coming out with recommendations and the rest, it's not for Parliament to implement them. It's for the executive to do so. So when the executive fails to do so, the only way you can blame Parliament is that exercise your other power of oversight to ensure that the executive performs its duty. And that's the same the judiciary can also do. But the judiciary will not proceed after sentencing somebody to 5 years imprisonment with hard labor to implement that. It's for the executive to do so. And to support the executive to do so, we establish state institutions and agencies. So other prison service, the police service, will be called into action. So when I'm moving with a minister, and I give an order to a police officer, the police officer can only say, yes, sir. But he will never proceed to implement the order, because I'm not part of the executive. He will be looking for command and control. Where is his boss? If the boss gives the nod, then he will proceed to implement it. Command and control. I'm not there. It's the executive. So you see that the language of the Constitution, especially in these articles, envisage 2 types of bills. One that emanates from the presidency, and as we will get to know, the president is the government, and in Ghana, instead of what generally in literature is referred to as public bills, they become government bills in Ghana, because they are coming from the government, and the government is the president. And then the other type of bills are those coming from any other person apart from the government. And so even though we move away from public bills, we are not using the term public bills, we are using government, because of the general literature of private, public and private, we are still using the term here, private. And we added members because the process does not permit any other person to come to Parliament to present the bill. You have to pass it through a member of Parliament. And so most of the bills we call private members' bills are actually initiated by various sectors and members of the society, not members of Parliament. You are having the effect of the bills that are being implemented. You are in that sector, and you know whether the laws that we have passed are adding value, are accelerating or creating an enabling environment for your business. If there are challenges there, then you initiate the process for us to refine the bill. And so they will come together, whether it's private sector or civil society, including PN, Africa, and the rest, and come out with some memoranda and now go to a member to lead the process. And so that's why you have private members' bill. They don't actually refer to the individual, his interest. It could also be national interest. So in private members' bills, you have the private bills and the private members' bills. They also have those two categories. But let me just finish this area and let's see how it works into what I've just said. These two articles further provide that a bill which is not introduced by or on behalf of the President should comply with the imperative set out in Article 108. So you see, in the case of the President, for good reason, because they lead us in the initiation of policies. And so they are given a wider perimeter to initiate bills. But in the case of individuals, because we don't initiate policies, and you know these policies are what are processed into laws, we are limited. So in the 1992 Constitution, as I referred to earlier on, government in Ghana is defined as an authority by which the executive authority of Ghana is duly exercised. I think that is in Article 295 of the Constitution. And the executive authority of Ghana is categorically stated to be vested in the President and shall be exercised in accordance with the provisions of this Constitution. And I think that's Article 58 of the Constitution. Further clauses of that article, Article 58, entrench the executive authority in the President when you go through Article 58. And that is why public servants are all appointed by the President, or he delegates the power to somebody else to do so. And I told you earlier on, that's why they appoint and disappoint them. And it's not difficult, it's very difficult for them to go against the grain. And you end up having the presidents co-opting the civil servants and all doing their bidding. And we need to empower civil society to stand up. So these drafts we call bills, which are not coming from the government and referred to as private members' bills, have a constitutional basis and must be respected. I emphasize this point because I heard even a justice of the Supreme Court ask the question, does our concept even permit private members' bills? And I was really alarmed but we'll get there. 4 years of private members' bills in Ghana. Prior to July 2020, the Fourth Republic had not experienced the phenomena of private members' bills. This was stemming principally from a misreading, with the greatest respect, a misreading of Article 108 of the Constitution. Speakers of Parliament, and indeed some members of the Executive and Parliament, labored under the misapprehension that every bill intended to be laid in Parliament makes provision for the areas detailed out in Article 108 A and B, and so ought to be laid by or on behalf of the President. I think we still have that lingering here in the country now. People even interpret that article to talk about financial implications, when the words there makes provision for, that has been expanded to talk about financial implications. But I've just told you that if it is about reduction, we are allowed to pass the bill. That's one. Hasn't it got financial implication? And so it's not about financial implications. I'm very cautious about what is before the court, so I can't go beyond some of these things. Efforts to introduce the private members' bills were therefore rejected outright. And I recall my attempt, together with some colleagues, because I started seeing this as far back as 1994, when I was chairman of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee. We started having challenges with the Constitution. And we tried to initiate legislation because the government were not on daily basis looking at the provisions of the Constitution. And we're told in very clear terms by the then Speaker, Right Honorable Francis Daniel Anang, that it was not possible. And you know, he was a very highly respected judge of the Court of Appeal before he retired. That at that time was the highest court of the land. It was Court of Appeal. That time there was no Supreme Court. And so we had to respect that. I tried again with Honorable Dr. Konedu Apraku to pass another legislation. That was during the time, I think, of Right Honorable Peter Alajete, who was the president of the Ghana Bar Association, president of African Bar Association, a legal luminary who referred some cases to me and I handled for him when I was in private practice. A man I respected greatly and who I used to visit to take dinner with at his residence at East Cantonment. You know, and I'm now below him in Parliament. Who am I to contest his decision? So we gave in. And the late Osu Ajapong also initiated another bill to cover the surveying department. And that was also shut down. We tried passing a bill on public funding of political parties. It was also shut down. So we were prevented from doing that. We kept on struggling with the speakers, but we could not succeed. Luckily, Professor Michael Quay took us for some workshops in 1998, and then he agreed with us that there was no complete prohibition of the passage of private members' bills. But he had no authority at that time. He was just an academic, and he was just giving us his opinion. It was respected, but it was not taken forward. And so, I'm not surprised when he got the opportunity to be speaker. He decided to take it forward. And I was then his deputy, and therefore he had good company. Together we worked and decided that we're not going to impose our understanding and views on this matter. We sought legal technical advice. And so there was a workshop where 3 legal luminaries were invited to give papers, presentations like I'm doing. And that was Nana SKB, Dr. Asante, a man of great global value and respect, which Ghana has, as usual, not taken advantage of. Then Dr. Professor Henry Prempe of CDD, and then the renowned draftsperson who was director of the drafting department, Mrs. Ofori Boateng. And the 3 of them were all at Edom, that there was no such bar of parliament from passing private members' bills. We looked at the examples of the Commonwealth countries. And those countries have similar provisions in their constitutions. But they all pass private members' bills, whether it's Australia or Kenya or India or Uganda or Nigeria or Pakistan. We have similar provisions in our constitution, but they all pass private members' bills. So the decision was taken, and on the 16th of July 2020, Parliament adopted a proposal for the enactment of private members' bills, 16th of July 2020. And so counting your years, your 4 years came to pass. The adoption of the proposal permitted members suo motu to introduce or initiate bills in Parliament, or bills initiated by non-members and channeled through members of Parliament to sponsor or present to Parliament to pass as law. Our rules don't permit any other person, apart from a member of Parliament, to be on the floor of the House. And so if you are not on the floor of the House, how can you present the business to the members of the House? You are referred to as a stranger. And the only place we allow you is the public gallery. But when you are an important visitor, like His Excellency the President and his delegation, when they come to address the nation, we give them the VVIP's gallery, which is just at the right-hand side of the speaker. And sometimes the left-hand side are for the former formers, either former president or former first lady, or former CDS or former, you know. So they are at the left side. So prior to the adoption of the motion, a stakeholders engagement was held, which I just referred to earlier on. And we got this view from these technical people. So after that, the experience. So since December 2020, when the first private members bill was passed, 24 legislative drafting instructions have been received at the drafting office for the initiation of private members bills. 24. This honorable gentleman here has led all. Honorable Francis Xavier. It's an area that he decided to take up, and almost every month he's knocking on my door. Oh, he's bringing this other private members bill. You know, Mr. Speaker, can you help me to do this and that and that? He's always on, and he has proposed many of those private members bills. Areas that government is not focused on, but which are very key for the well-being of the society and the individual. So please give him another hand of applause. And what they do is to give some material to us to look at. Usually they pass it through the clerk. Then the clerk sends it to the speaker. The speaker goes through and refers it to the drafting department for advice. And so I was surprised that the Supreme Court even said that my submission of the fiscal impact analysis was an afterthought. That is usually the process. The drafting department will go through it and give an advice. That's the legal advice. Then I send it to another unit to give the fiscal impact analysis to guide me in taking the decision whether to admit that bill or not to admit the bill. After I go through the fiscal impact analysis, there may be some financial implications, but those financial implications may be reducing, which fall within the ambit of Article 108. And so I will now minute to the draft department again to now give us a draft bill. When that draft bill is done, I give instructions to her to now get the sponsor to hold stakeholders consultation. So stakeholders are invited to a workshop or whatever to deliberate on the draft bill. And a major stakeholder in this is the Attorney General's Department. You cannot do stakeholder consultation without the Attorney General's Department. And luckily, the Attorney General Department has always participated in the stakeholder consultation, either at the level of the Attorney General himself or one of his deputies, or the lowest chief state attorney. So we don't process private members at the blind side of the Attorney General's Department. I think I'm being very detailed so that you could understand all these processes. So out of the 24, only 10 have been laid and referred to appropriate committees. I just mentioned some of them. Armed Forces Amendment Bill 2022, Criminal Offences Amendment Bill 2022, the Citizenship Amendment Bill 2021, Constitution of the Republic of Ghana Amendment Bill 2021, Office of the Special Prosecutor Amendment Bill 2021, the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2021, Criminal Offences Bill 2021, that is Criminal Offences Amendment Bill 2021, Criminal Offences Amendment Number 2 Bill 2022, Earmarked Funds Capping and Realignment Amendment Bill 2022, and the Budget Bill 2022. Out of the 10 laid and referred to committees, 5 have been passed by the House. These are private members' bills. They are not caught under the provision of Article 106. Under Article 106, public bills can stay in Parliament for no more than only 3 months. But for private members' bills, it can be ad infinitum. There's no time limit. And so, you see, I've been referring to 2021. A lot of them have not yet been passed. But those that have been passed are the Armed Forces Amendment Bill 2022, Criminal Offences Amendment Bill 2022, that deals with the death penalty, the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2021, that was passed after 3 years, Criminal Offences Amendment Bill 2021, that deals with the attempted suicide bill, and then you have the Criminal Offences Amendment Number 2 bill, which deals with the witchcraft bill. We passed these bills. Some very important bills yet to be presented and referred to the appropriate committees are the Parliamentary Transition Bill. That is one of the things my experience came handy. When I took over, I realized that Parliament was only passing laws for the executive. They had even forgotten about themselves. So a law was passed called the Presidential Transition Act. So when there's a transition, after the elections, a new president is elected, they have the procedure and processes laid out by the law. And so you see, there's always a smooth transition. There's nothing like that for Parliament. And that is one of the reasons why you saw what happened on the 7th of January 2021. So we initiated efforts to pass parliamentary transition bill. It's still seriously under consideration because of the conflictual nature of some of the provisions of our constitution. Then the International Business and Economic Transitions Bill, a very key bill for Article 181, that will give Parliament the processes and procedure to be able to critically scrutinize these international agreements that our government has been entering into with investors or our development partners. Then we also have the Parliamentary Immunities and Privileges Bill, which is another thorny area. Not today, starting from yesterday, I heard on news that there's a bill in Parliament trying to give members of Parliament some, what do you call it? Sirens. And also no speed limit. I mean, this social media thing, there is nothing like that before Parliament. There's nothing like that before Parliament. And so I thought maybe something was being done behind my this. And so I started calling all over, and all my directors said no, they have not seen anything like that. I have the responsibility of admitting many of these things. Sometimes they may elude me, but I haven't seen any such bill. Then later on, I was told it was a regulation that Parliament was amending. We don't amend regulations. We don't have the power by the Constitution to amend regulations or instruments. We don't have. So to start with, I just told the people that no, that one there, it can't be true. Because Parliament cannot amend. We have delegated, the Constitution, in fact, has delegated that power to other bodies, not to Parliament. And so when they bring an instrument, either in the nature of an LI, that's legislative, or CI, constitutional, if out of 100 provisions, we disagree with one, we are not even allowed to amend that one. We either have to throw out all the 100, or we allow it to pass. And they made sure that it is impossible for us to throw it out by insisting that you must have 2/3 majority votes to throw it out. And in a bipartisan parliament like this, it's almost impossible to get 2/3 majority to vote against an instrument, particularly because of the fundamentalist nature of politicians, not only in Ghana, in many countries. I only succeeded in getting Parliament to throw out an instrument when I was chairman of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee in 1994. And that instrument came from Trade and Industry Ministry. Since then, nothing like that has happened. So you see, there definitely must be lessons for us to learn. Going by your team. Great many lessons, as the literature students, or now literature in English students will say. Great many lessons are learned and being learned by Parliament and parliamentarians. The one very important one is the concept of separation of powers under the Constitution in 1992. The executive, the legislative, the judicial powers. In practice, we have seen that there's some challenges we have to look at. I told you earlier on that Parliament is giving finality. in lawmaking. During this initiative, we now realize it's not only the finality, but that is what adds legitimacy to the laws, and also the relevance and essence of a member of parliament. We just talk about member of parliament being a representative, and people see it, the representation, to be what we do on the floor, talking on behalf of the people. But it goes beyond that. And that is where he comes in, because of his life experience. We don't just represent our constituents, we represent the whole country called Ghana, and all Ghanaians. And so, even though I'm a speaker, I was brought up as a farmer, and I went to school, and I'm a lawyer. I also represent the interests of farmers, of lawyers. Now I'm a career politician, but there's no political class in Ghana. You see, so we keep on destroying each other. So the essence of the MP comes in because the MP can now initiate legislation to respond to the needs of a particular sector of our society, either in terms of human resource or economic or political. So you now see the relevance of your MP. In fact, one of the bills that we passed came from students. It was a petition from a student. I think that one has to deal with the suicide. Yes. Now somebody out of so many challenges is trying to end his life or her life. Then you arrest the person, take the person to court, try the person, and imprison the person. Does it make sense? Instead of taking measures that could at least give some hope to the person that is worth living, life is worth living, don't end it. You imprison the person. And so it was a very good initiative. And this one, I said, it's not from a member of parliament. From what? A student of this university. Please clap for yourselves. The executive is so much inundated with so many things that they will not even have an ear or sight to see such petitions. But it was passed through a member of parliament, and it found expression on the floor of the House. It's now law. Death penalty, for many years since the revolutionary days, we have never executed any person sentenced to death. They are there at Insawam and other places. Yet, nobody had the guts to talk about what? Doing away with what? Death penalty. Through a private member's bill, we pass the law on it, and now taking away the death penalty. You have some of you still arguing that it should not. Now, you are try somebody, convicted a person for killing another person. Then you also go and kill that person. So what should happen to you too? We can't continue that way. We had people resisting it on the floor, but I was very happy and I was very passionate about it. I almost descended into the arena of conflict. Or maybe I did, because I kept on arguing as a speaker, which I shouldn't have done. But sometimes I'm a citizen of Ghana, and what happens here also affects me. So I cannot be like Pontius Pilate, washing my hands off this cardinal sin. And so I participated and we passed it. Again, this opportunity drew our attention to the type or variant of democracy we adopted in the 1992 Constitution. This hybrid we talk about, the researchers are here, and some of these things, because I'm not part of academia, you should know them and research further into it. We only talk about the hybrid in the form of Westminster system and the American system, generally referred to as Anglo-Saxon, but the Anglo-Saxon is mostly that of the European. The American system is a bit different. Now, that's what we refer to as hybrid, and we say we interpolated it with some of our traditional systems. So that's a hybrid. But please, we went beyond that. We also put the direct and indirect together. So you realize that there are some provisions in the Constitution where you can only have direct democracy. The one started by General Pericles of Athens. That's where democracy started from. It started from, I said who? General what? General what? This one I'm telling you, won't get in any book. So please note it down. I'm emphasizing it because I want you to know that the perception in this country that the military people are not democratic is not true. It started from a general in the military, Pericles. And in fact, in US, many of the presidents of US came from the military. So please, don't let just beat people like we have done with the chiefs. I don't think that is right. That is my personal view. To take away their fundamental rights of franchise. You want them only to vote for you, but you cannot vote for them. No, I disagree with that. So we have that, and you see that many provisions, we want to go back to the people for a referendum. That is the people directly taking the decision. That is direct democracy, not the representative type, where they pass through their elected representatives to take the decision for and on their behalf. And even that one too, we mess it up. And so we have, for example, a very difficult parliament that I'm running now called the hung parliament. But before that, we had a majoritarian system, where the majority, the minority. We did not allow room for independence. And then now we have a hung parliament and have to put all together. And so now we have new standing orders. That's why I started with the lesson that I conform to transform. So I've transformed the new standing, the old standing orders to new standing orders, creating the legal framework to comply with the concept in our 1992 Constitution. Concept we adopted, an individual Ghanaian can contest as a presidential candidate and win as president of Ghana. No MP in parliament. How is he going to run the government? When your constitution says that the majority of the ministers of state might come from parliament, and he has no MP in parliament. But that is the concept we adopted. We adopted a concept where a president can have minority members in parliament. You are president of Ghana, out of 275, you only have 75 members in parliament, 200 are in opposition. And that's why we ran away from the term opposition to the term majority and minority. So that you know that today you are in government, tomorrow you'll be in opposition. So sometimes when I see the young men fighting in front of me, I just sympathize with them because I know the next election they will be at my left. Then another election they will be at my right. And so we now have the opportunity to look at all this. And I'm saying all this because we are having constitutional reforms. We are discussing them so that the researchers can go deeply into it and assist us all to refine this basic constitutional provisions that we have. And there are so many benefits to this, the Private Members Bill initiative. brought in a lot of benefits. And I think that we should applaud the efforts of the former Speaker, Right Honorable Professor Aaron Michael Okoye. I will now have to speed up and end my submission because I can see that people are fidgeting and I can't go through all. The challenges that we have faced, I think, are very important, and I'll have to mention them. We see one very serious challenge. That is either the creation of the Constitution or the individuals who have occupied the position as executive presidents. We have executive tyranny in the country. I call it elected dictatorship. And I think we all have to look at it. We also have the challenge of lack of finance. I have the absence of lobbies and also the absence of civil society vigilance. These are the challenges we have faced so far in trying to implement the private member bill. The executive training arises not just from today. It's not that His Excellency the President, the current President, no. Those of us who have been in the system for some time now are aware. Apart from the difficulty in trying to interpret Article 108, earlier efforts made by earlier parliaments, there are bills that were passed and presidents never assented to it. It's not only this current president that has refused to assent to the bill we passed recently. And I want to emphasize this. The Constitution 1992 has not granted any quixotic powers to any organ or authority of state. You know Don Quixote? My dear students, have you ever heard of that name? Don Quixote. In Ghana, we call it Don Quixote. But the proper pronunciation is Don Quixote, a Spanish name. That is how we started novels. That was the first modern novel written by a Spanish writer, Don Quixote, a knight. Go and Google and try and read it. And so I said what? The 1992 Constitution had not granted any quixotic powers to any organ or authority of state. There is no supreme de la supreme. No. We are equal powers. I am just serving today as speaker. Tomorrow, you will see me pes pedis walking around, not a speaker. So I must respect the 4 years that they've given me and serve with all my will and with all my heart. Do what the law says you should do, and please leave us better than you met us. You are aware of the impasse between Parliament and the executive. And you are also aware the matter is before the court. And so it's sub judice. But the Constitution anticipated that. And there are provisions in the Constitution to respond to that. Because the law itself, the Constitution itself says there must be laws passed by Parliament and assented to by the President. It's not or, it's and. So the two must go together before the bills become law. So the need for what? Collaboration, cooperation, working together. But because the law anticipated that the president may have some disagreement with what Parliament has done, the law has provided provision in the Constitution, giving the president the opportunity to air those views and resubmit the bill with a memorandum stating those concerns and the particular clauses that he or she may have problems with. And Parliament is compelled to go through it again. That is the bill. So it's not a law. When we accept the proposal from the president, we incorporate them into the law. When we disagree with the proposal from the president, we send it back to him and say, we disagree with you, assent to it. And according to the Constitution, he has no option than to assent to it. There is no presidential veto in Ghana's Constitution. But I leave that to the Supreme Court. And I'm watching seriously what will happen. Either you kill private members' bill initiative, or we go together and improve what we've started. The second, as I mentioned, is the financial constraint. It's not easy to pass a private member's bill. I've told you the process. And calling stakeholder consultation involves a lot of money. You have to organize workshops. And people don't just come to a workshop and on their own cost. No, you have to take the cost. If you have to get a hospitality, you have to rent the place. You have to provide the water, the drink, the food, and the T&T. And this is done by, usually, the areas that are affected by the law. The individual MP cannot do that from his pocket. But unfortunately, lobbyists have not yet been developed in Ghana, where people can come with this proposed legislation with some resources, get the MPs, educate the MPs on the topic, and be able to convince them to take it up. Because you know Article 106 talks about the type of thing that you can pass with a memorandum. And you have to satisfy that. Parliament is now the one that is providing resources to support the MPs to be able to do it. And so when we are talking about our budget, we're not talking about salaries for MPs or allowances for MPs. It's for this kind of work, for and on your behalf. That is a challenge we are meeting. The other challenge is the fact that we have not, as a country, created enough space for civil society to develop. Many of the civil society organizations we have in this country, I'm sure my very good friend Sami Obeng will attest to this, are being funded from outside. We are not funding them. We are not supporting them. But we need the civil society to act as a check. From time to time, the executive, the judiciary, the legislature will have disagreements. We need to have some impartial arbiters. And one of them, identified all over the world, is civil society, to intervene and be able to solve those problems. I'm happy that sometimes when our presidents are in trouble, you see them trooping to Otumfuo's palace in Kumasi to go and resolve it. It should not just be Otumfuo. We should have this there, including our friends in the media. So that is another challenge we are facing in trying to process private members' bills. And I hope with time we will all work together to resolve some of these challenges. There are other ones which, for lack of time, I may not go through, but if you go through the 1992 Constitution, you see that some articles are also a clock to our power to process these things smoothly. So I respectfully would want to urge the court to look at this matter that is before them expeditiously to resolve it. Or else, the future of private members' bills in Ghana is, as at now, very bleak. I want to appreciate the role you all play. And I want to thank all of you for this opportunity and end with my conclusion. In conclusion, there is no gainsaying the importance of private members' bills in our democratic governance. This is why we all must work collectively to protect this sacred tool for the development of our country. We must do so collectively by getting the executive to trigger the power of direct democracy. And that power we are looking for is the referendum on the constitutional reforms. We've been along this for a long time. Our development partners are tired. They always support us. We do everything, at the end of the day, partisanship. Because of the percentages in the constitution, none of the two parties can carry this through on its shoulders. We need to be able to work together. And that is where our friends in civil society are doing well. And I want to applaud the work of PN Africa in bringing us together with the University of Ghana Parliament House to have this conversation. These discussions, I believe, will engender the needed debate about the workings of the arms of government, particularly with reference to the enactment of private members' bills. I urge all stakeholders to join hands to work together to strengthen Ghana's legislative and democratic processes to secure for ourselves and posterity the blessings of liberty, equality of opportunity, and prosperity. I thank you all for your patience and listenership.
A bigger round of applause for the Right Honorable Speaker. Please resume your seats. So, we are very grateful to the Right Honorable Speaker. Of course, having heard a very important presentation by the Right Honorable Speaker, giving us the historical antecedents, giving us the current situation, proffering some recommendations, identifying some challenges and what have you. It will lead us to move into the panel discussion. I know Mr. Speaker has a very tight schedule. Mr. Speaker, I'm not too sure you are able to sit through for the... Yes. And so, before we officially move into the panel for the discussants who are scheduled for the day, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, we will invite Mr. Speaker, the members of the panel, the leadership of University of Ghana Parliament House, as well as the leadership of the various students' parliaments that are here present, to join up here for a photo, after which the Right Honorable Speaker would leave us. But Mr. Speaker, you can be rest assured that the outcome of your presentation, the panel discussion and what have you, is expected to be used in developing a policy brief by us at PN Africa, which will come around to submit to you at the appropriate time to inform Parliament and other stakeholders on some of the conversations that have gone on here. And for that reason, we would like to invite those that I have mentioned, Mr. Speaker, with your kind indulgence, to take the group photo, and then we'll continue with the rest of the program.
Hello?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate one more time the Right Honorable Speaker of the Republic of Ghana, even as he takes leave of us. We'll have a brief interlude while our dignitaries see Mr. Speaker off, and we'll be back to join on the panel. We started our event just about an hour late. The rest of the panel would run for the next 40 minutes, and then we'll be out of here. We can assure you of that. And so a brief musical interlude from the technical team. Even as we
Thank you.
Thank you very much to the technical team. For those outside, please let's settle back in so we can save up on time. I know we are already behind schedule. We started late. I wish we had come earlier. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker was ready quite early, and we would have been able to go through a lot of the program by now. But having heard the main presentation by the Right Honorable Speaker throughout the period, it's now time to empanel our guest discussants to delve into some other angles of this whole conversation. And like I had indicated, the idea is that the thoughts and opinions of Mr. Speaker through his speech, the ideas proffered on the panel, some of the comments that may come from our audience, all put together by PN Africa into a members' bill policy brief, which we are hoping would continue to inform this whole conversation around private members' bill going into the 5th year, the 6th year, and subsequent years. And so I have the honor to invite to the seat the Honorable Member of Parliament for Madina constituency, the Honorable Francis Xavier Sosu. A round of applause for Honorable Sosu. Deputy Attorney General of the Republic of Ghana, Deputy Minister for Justice, Alfred Tuayeboa. And then, of course, Senior Lecturer here at the University of Ghana, Political Science Department, Dr. Mamia Joa Jechijando. A big round of applause for Madam. My name is Ami Obe. I need to remind you that this whole event is part of Parliamentary Network Africa's conversations around youth involvement, women involvement in parliamentary affairs, and using the private members bill also as one of the fulcrum around which we'll have this conversation. And it's in partnership with the University of Ghana Parliament House as part of their 20th anniversary celebrations. This is part of a project implemented by Parliamentary Network Africa, which is supported kindly by the Embassy of France in Ghana. We're reminded that all of the session is being live streamed on Parliamentary Network Africa's Facebook and YouTube pages, which I'm told we have some other people joining us on and watching and following the conversation online. We've met here to discuss 4 years of private members' bills in Parliament, the experiences, the lessons, and the ways forward. And of course, we cannot do that conversation or have that conversation without zooming also at some point into what seemed to be the executive legislature impasse and how we can find amicable solutions or ways forward around this subject matter. And I'll start with the Honorable Sosu, who as a member of parliament has championed a number of private members' bills. Mr. Speaker alluded to that fact. Mr. Speaker also spoke about how many of these legislative moves are initiatives of civil society, individuals, organized groups, citizens, and what have you. Maybe Honorable Sosu, I mean, almost 4 years in Parliament, you may want to share with us your own experiences with the private members' bill regime generally, perhaps highlighting also some of the specific private members' bill that you have personally been part of and what the experiences have been so far.
Thank you very much. I would also want to recognize the my learned senior, the Deputy Attorney General, and special greetings also to Doc here for the great job you are all doing in this direction. And also I appreciate the effort of PN Africa for this engagement, which I consider as extremely important, because I always say that in my days at Legon here, way back between 2001 and 2004, we never had opportunities like this where you get engaged with what happens at the national level. So perhaps even becoming a member of parliament and doing the things I do may probably be purely accidental. Maybe they were just because I just like to be in the space of service, and wherever there are challenges, I want to help resolve those challenges. So naturally grew up into the position I find myself. But at least engagements like this give students opportunity for them to even at a very early stage consider career in legislation and things like that. And I think it's a very, very brilliant idea, and I just want to commend the program for that. Now, let me say that I came to Parliament. Speaker mentioned my story, so it's very important that, because I think a lot of things that I do in Parliament are informed by my own background. Born into a family, mother was a victim of ritual slavery, so she was a trokosi, and suffered in the hands of ritual slavery. So when she was 12 years old, she was given to the shrine as a wife of the gods. So I have a book on that titled Woes of My Mother. And because of her background, the worldview of the family was that of fetish. And so we had to deal with issues of witchcraft, accusations around. My elder sister became blind, and she only had measles, but became blind because my parents did not understand the medical condition of having measles. The second born dropped out of school. I was also at the verge of dropping out of school. All of us becoming street children, and so living on the streets of Accra for several years. Sometimes jumping people's wall to go and pluck mango. Dogs will chase you. I'm sure if I were arrested those days, the Attorney General would successfully prosecute me for unlawful entry, right? Some of those petty crimes. And so going through all these things before being found by an orphanage, eventually fast forward, Legon, becoming a lawyer, and as a lawyer, mainly dedicated to human rights activism. So coming in across with a lot of social ills, victims, children, victims of sexual violation, and so on and so forth in this space. So when eventually I got a chance to become a member of parliament, I felt that was a good platform to transform some of these experiences into championing pieces of legislation that can be of help, for the entire country. Thankfully, most of these areas were areas that other civil society organizations are also working in. Because I recall that before I went to Parliament, I was working with Amnesty International on some of the ending of death penalty campaigns. And so once I found myself in Parliament and I knew that there's an opportunity to bring a private member's bill, for me it was just a given opportunity to go. And like Speaker described, we even when we went to Parliament initially, we only proposed one bill for the death penalty. But through the legislative drafting advice of Honorable Senna Achu, who is in our midst today, I think she deserves another round of applause because they've been doing a great job. They had to research and realize that beyond amending the Criminal Offences Act, we can also amend the Armed Forces Act also. So they even proposed all that from Parliament. And then through the various engagements, like Speaker had already described, we were able to push to ensure. But it's quite a very difficult journey. And I'm sure as the conversation go on, I may share some of the details. When you take the witchcraft accusation also, for example, it came from civil society. In fact, when Equia Denta, the 92-year-old woman, was lynched, Sane Institute brought a petition to Parliament that there was a need for us to criminalize witchcraft accusation in Ghana. The process began. The former majority leader and minority leader, Honorable Che Mensa Bonsu and Honorable Haruna Idrisu, they began the process of the bill in the 8th Parliament, in the 7th Parliament. Unfortunately, the bill could not pass. And so the bill died with the 7th Parliament. So when I came, again, I researched into what was happening in that space. And because it was an area, I took it up with some other colleague members of Parliament. We began the process until that bill also got passed. We are really hopeful that the President will still sign before the 7th of January 2025. And apart from that, there have been several other bills. For example, we have one on adding mental health conditions to national health insurance. We have one requesting for support for victims of sexual violation. We have a private bill on 5% minimum employment of persons with disabilities. We have a private member's bill on non-custodial sentences for petty offenses, like the one I jump into the people's houses and for offenses like that. We call them poverty offenses. And one of the most recent one has to be with the bill. Speaker spoke about you can introduce a bill that will have financial implication, but the language of the law is other than a reduction. That is why last year we brought a number of bills. It was to amend the customs. We call it the customs amendment, and then there's one other one that we're doing. VAT amendments, yes, VAT amendment and customs amendment to remove taxes from sanitary pads so we can reduce the cost of sanitary pads. I'm sure all the girls here know how expensive sanitary pads are. And so, I mean, these are some of them. As the conversation go on, I'm sure I will talk. We have one on clean air, the right to clean air, which we are working around. And a number of those bills that we've been working on. Yeah, so it's a journey. It's a journey. We are still on the journey.
And this speaks to the 24 legislative drafting instructions, Mr. Speaker, alluded to. It also speaks to how the whole concept of private members' bill becomes one of the tools for members of parliament with their own lived experiences, with the experiences of the people they represent, and Ghanaians generally can help propose legislation, because of course the executive branch usually can be very inundated with a lot of work, and sometimes some of these things may have to come through some routes.
And maybe just to add to that, like what you just said, for example, in Medina constituency, we have the Pantine Hospital. And anytime you interact with the Pantine Hospital, either the administrators or users of the facility, they would always complain about why mental health conditions are not part of national health insurance. So it then becomes one of the tools by which you represent the people in the community. Yes,
absolutely. And I'm going to move to Deputy AG before I come to Dr. Jando. But before I ask the question to Deputy AG, I would want to read extracts from the Hansard of 16th July 2020, the day when this motion was adopted, and some statements made by the then Speaker, the Right Honorable Professor Aaron Aikokwe. He says, "It is imperative to indicate that private members' bills require consensus building across the political divide in this Honorable House. In fact, we are about to see a few of these very soon. At this stage," and perhaps he was a prophet. He is a prophet, a Reverend Professor. At this stage, I refer the matter to the leadership of the Standing Orders Committee and the Committee on Constitutional, Legal, and Parliamentary Affairs. The leadership should report on this, to this Honorable House on the following, and this is where I want to emphasize. 1, the appropriate procedure for the enactment of private members' bills in this Honorable House. And 2, the approach that this House should adopt in implementation of Section 100 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921. So essentially, on the onset, Right Honorable Speaker says, this will require consensus building. It will require the members of parliament working together, but also working with the executive branch. There may be some thorny areas that we need to deal with, which is the rights procedure, but also seeing how Public Financial Management Act comes into all of this. One of the key players within the executive branch in the whole legislation, space certainly is the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice. So Deputy AG would speak to the issue of what is the general thought of his office around matters of private members bill as a way of, supporting the executive's, role in lawmaking. And I read Professor Michael Quay's extract deliberately because some of the issues that have been raised around how we can strengthen the private members bill regime relates to the procedure, relates to public financial management, act. And those are some of the thoughts that the AG shares generally on this subject matter and advises the president on same. So general thoughts around this whole private members bill regime, connecting it with Professor Michael Quay's comments 4 years ago.
Thank you very much, Sammy. Now, remember years back, somewhere in 97, 98, 99, as Honorable Susu said, I was in this university pursuing a degree in law and accounting, and we never had a forum like this. I remember we had the business house at the School of Administration then, where they could just, as administrators, they would be in nice suits. And since I was doing accounting, I always did everything possible to be part of such a, maybe if we had a group like this at the time, I could have perhaps joined and not gone to the business house. Now, members bill. The first time that we are having, if you take 57 Constitution, a similar provision. If you take the 1969 Constitution, also Article 85, there is a provision of that sort. Then Article 90 of from 57 to 79, there wasn't any I must commend my brother and the other members of parliament for this members bill. As some of you know, the AG is the principal legal advisor to the government. It is not in doubt that it is the duty of our MPs to legislate for us. It is not in right the circumstance and the narrative with regard to how bills are passed into law. So I don't want to be here. But the executive giving the mandate to initiate bills. That's the general provision. But Article 108 has also given a window of opportunity to members of parliament, and for that matter, members of the public, to also initiate private members. I'm saying we are not having this discussion because this affects members of parliament. Other Somoto, or the promptings of other members of the public trying to initiate bills in parliament. The executive, as we know, is in charge of the public purse. We spend on your behalf when we are authorized by parliament. And for that matter, if there is any bill that's before parliament, there is the need for us to look at the bill to see whether you're going to have any financial implications. Right, Honorable Speaker, speaking about financial simply out of without paying something out. That's where the problem arises. I'm saying the problem because if you look at the Constitution, there's the use of the word in the opinion of the person. And the opinion of that person is the opinion of the speaker or the member presiding. How is this opinion to be outlined or implemented? Should it be that the person presiding will say, I think that it's my opinion that this one should pass through? Or should it be the position that the person presiding must give a reasoned opinion? That's the first question. Answer here, because should opinion be a reasoned opinion? Or it should be opinion within a word, or even just one sentence? Now, can this opinion challenge? At what point should this? With regard to this kind of question, I mean, what to offer? Because that discretion can be. That's my word. Now, when it comes to the challenge of the speaker's ruling or opinion on the matter, I'm fortified by the provision in Article 296 of our Constitution that the power, or if you give discretion power, so it means that if you want to exercise that power, that discretion must be exercised. It must be exercised properly. I'm not in any way suggesting that the Speaker of Parliament may want to exercise that power capriciously. But whatever decision that he takes can be challenged. That's why maybe I may want to find out from my brother, Lusu. That's an MP. You have the power to challenge the speaker's opinion on an issue. It means that the moment the speaker even admits that this bill is going through, then an MP should have the right to challenge it if it's allowed. I don't know much about that. But if the speaker gives an opinion and you think you disagree with the speaker and you're outside Parliament, I have no view that opinion in a court of a proper stage that I think you may need to challenge that opinion is when the opinion is offered. Because you gone through every process challenge. Because if you look at Article 108, it talks about before. So an opinion is given before the Parliament proceeds. That opinion is wrong. That from your point of view, right? That's the time. In the event that at the day, breaking up bill, etc. These are bills being initiated by private members as the right of us in the executive act. Certain small, but most of the small things that you may overlook are the very things that people are interested in. And people in Parliament and people like you can then bring up set issues either to us as the executive, in which case you have to go and then introduce it, or you introduce through your member of Parliament. Step. Members of Parliament initiate bills is a step in the right.
Very well. And Honorable Deputy, I'll stay with you a minute because of where you concluded on this. At least we know the number of private members' bills that His Excellency the President has refused to, or has indicated his inability to accent to. Only one of them is in the court, and I would want to stay clear of that particular one. But because as important pieces of legislation that the executive branch may forgo, but at some point there must be some indication on whether the opinion so offered by Mr. Speaker on admitting it, is in the right direction or not. Mr. Speaker in his presentation spoke to how in all of these other private members' bills, we had the full participation of the Attorney General's, office in the public engagement, public participation phase of things. So, for example, I was in Koforidua, also many other members of Parliament of the Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee. We had your Deputy Attorney General come around to speak to the bills on the anti-witchcraft one, the bill on abolition of death penalty and what have you, the armed forces one and what have you. At what then is this arrest of the process, as I heard you talk about, comes in to inform some of the future engagement? Because if the AG's department will participate in these, make presentations at this stage, Parliament goes through, applying resources to pass these bills, only to understand that, well, X or Y, the opinion was probably not proffered, in our opinion, properly, and that there may be financial consequences and there was no Public Financial Management Act consideration. Couldn't we have stopped all of these in its tracks and avoided the resources that would have gone through all of these stages, and avoided the situation that we currently have? I just wanted to ask that because of, the angle that so that we don't lose our thoughts on this matter.
All right, thank you very much. This is a legitimate question. Now, when it comes to constitutional matters, lawyers will tell you that there's no estoppel or acquiescence, meaning you agreeing to unconstitutionality. For that matter, you cannot then raise an issue. So, in the process, point in the process, an issue not an in fact, implement went through went to the Supreme Court and it was has been unconstitutional. When it comes to constitutionality or otherwise, it matters not when it is realized. The bottom line is that if you are raising a basis to raise it. Now, if you look at Article 108, to the fact that all the consider, you should not consider whether there will be a charge on the CF or the no charge. Remember that even if the MPs also pay by, so that was that in view of that, it could be nothing like that was 97. But upon reading the constitution, you realize that all matters before the bill is laid. When it comes to the debate on that bill, financial consideration should not be taken into consideration. It comes in only when it comes to the implementation or the execution of the law. And so, if at the time that you are implementing the law, there is a possibility that the state will have to spend on that law. Are there provisions to the effect that people who are found guilty can be imprisoned? If the answer is yes, who is supposed to pay the time prison? Charge on this. One, the Criminal Procedure Act, the criminal offense. Yes, that one the president signed. But the subsequent one, the Armed Forces Act, an issue came up that people, those who are already on death row, you may have to commute their sentence to life. If you are commuting the sentence to life sentences, who is going to feed them? And who is going to pay for that cost? So these are some of the issues that we may want to just make sure that we go around it. Clean the whole thing up. I don't really, we are for it. If the main act, Act 29, has been amended, and you have all the Armed Forces one, why don't you do it? Now, if somebody should even take us on, Act 29, what we did was unconstitutional, that would be another ball game. So for the avoidance of that, to ensure that moving on, we can know where to go and where not to go. At least that's one of the things that we may want to. There is a case in the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court will give us the parameters of so that if one introduces any bill, there will be no problems. Personally, I think if you look at recently, I heard about a member trying to introduce a bill on restricting public officials from acquiring public property. If you are to pass a bill that as a minister I cannot buy government property, it will not result in any charge. Because after all, if they say I have no right to buy, it ends it. But where they said we have to spend some money after the bill has been passed into law, that's where the issue is.
Very well, very well. And I'd wanted to come to Doc, but Honorable Sosu wanted to make a point on
a few comments.
Yes, and then we'll come to Doc.
So this one is just like a normal lawyer's thing, you know.
Right.
Now, so when we talk about, like Speaker was rightly pointing out, it's really good that, like the Deputy Attorney General had said or talked about the time within which people need to raise concerns when somebody has a problem with Speaker's decision to admit a bill. You see, it wasn't for nothing that, like, Right Honorable Aaron Mike Okwe, in supporting the resolution to admit private members' bills, talked about the need for continuous collaboration. If our lawmaking would always be a tool for collaboration. In all honesty, I believe that some of the conversations that were lost on, like the witchcraft bill, as well as the Second Amendment for the armed forces, was more political than legal. And I can give the reason. You see, the reason is that all those on death row were charged under Act 29. Nobody has ever been charged under the Armed Forces Act since it was enacted. So, and nobody has ever been convicted under that act. In fact, all the 178 persons on death row were charged under Act 29. That's number one. Now, by law, they are supposed to be killed. If you do not kill them, you are violating the law, because you convicted them to death and sentenced them to death, and you put them in condemned cells. And even though they are in condemned cells, you still feed them every day. Both those on death row and those who are lifers and those ordinary prisoners, whether they were felonies or were convicted under misdemeanors, all of them spend 1 cedi 80 pesos a day. And so, and that is where the fiscal impact analysis comes, because we did a fiscal impact. And that showed that, in fact, commuting all these people from death to life has no financial implication for the nation. See, and that's why I said that, I mean, the president is a very astute human rights lawyer. When we're working on the death penalty, we had a consultation with the presidency at the Jubilee House, and we had an extensive engagement on all these matters. So honestly, the conversations around not signing was a huge surprise, you know, to some of us. And when you take the Armed Forces Act, we are only reshaping the laws to conform to the reality. What is the case? It has no charge whatsoever. But I mean, like, Supreme Court is having the opportunity to want to look at all these parameters. Now let me talk about the witchcraft, the anti-witchcraft. You see, as a society, we must decide what kind of values we want to place importance on. You see, there is a huge mischief that we are curing by that bill. because you cannot price the life of anybody. If I sense the passage of the anti-witchcraft bill, more than 6 women have been lynched already. Again, they allege that they are witches. They beat them. They kill them. Recently, even one was them was I think it was in Kumasi, where they said somebody said the pastor told him that the mother was a witch. He came home and then set the whole place ablaze. The mother was rushed to the hospital and she passed. And so it's a balancing thing. I am sure that the AG would still take a close look at. Somehow I believe that before the president leaves on the 7th of January 2025, he will sign these bills.
Well.
And so I'm confident that he will sign them.
Very well. Doc, now, as an academic, as a citizen of the country, political scientist, you certainly have followed the conversations. You certainly may have come across this whole idea around private members' bills at the time that it was started. We know that lawmaking, is a way of addressing situations that comes up in society and what have you. Beyond the politics, the social-political considerations within the country, what is your take on, as an academic, on the whole concept of private members' bills as a way of addressing some of the legislative gaps that we have? And do you think that the phase that we are going through is just one of those phases where in building political systems, in building legal systems, you find these challenges, you resolve them, you get better at it? That would be my question.
Okay, thank you very much, Sami. President, venerable presidents of the PN Africa, and thank you for having me here today. I'm really grateful, and I'm honored to be anchored by Honorable Sosu and Honorable Chair Yeboah. Very, very interesting conversations. First of all, I want to say that I happened to be at that stakeholder conference in 2019. Honorable Prof. Okwe was a former head of the Department of Political Science. He was my teacher, my lecturer, and when I was head of department, I liaised with him, and so when they were having this, he invited, of course, some of us to be there. So I think it was December 5th, 2019. I was there when Nana Dr. SKB Asante spoke, Prof. Okwe himself, Right Honorable Prof. Okwe, spoke, and then I think Professor H.P.C. Prempe and so on. But of course, once I was invited to that, I had kind of forgotten all the details. We are always bogged down in teaching and doing our theory stuff. And today we are really privileged to hear from the speaker. He has broken everything down to us. Well, the concept of the private members bill, in fact, I think it is a very, very important, not just concept, but in fact in practice. And why do I say so? Anywhere in the world, the legislative branch of government is supposed to have at least three main functions: legislative, representative, and oversight functions. Okay, and I would like to argue that the private members bill regime, having that actually falls into all three roles, actually. So the private members bills regime, I would argue we should not allow it to, to phase out at all. And I would say that it is just, I see it as a passing challenge. Let's hear from the Supreme Court on the Human Rights and, Human Sexual Values, Family Values Bill, 2021. So the private members bill, originated, this idea of it originated in the parliamentary system, particularly the United Kingdom, and where this was only the time that opposition backbenchers could be afforded. Those who were not in power, in a sense, could be afforded a role in policy making in legislation. And so it is a very, very important concept. Interestingly, I think the UK has passed over 227 private members bills. they started getting more serious about those in 1983, in the early 1980s. And I'm really happy. In fact, I've written here, congratulate MPs for exerting their legislative power in the passage of these private members' bills. I do congratulate the Right Honorable Professor Okwe for keeping with his vision and doing that, pushing that forward. I'm very excited. And then, of course, Right Honorable Speaker Bagbin has also conformed and transformed, right? He's conforming to transform, and I'm very happy about that. And why do I say so? You know, the private members bill affords the MPs private, you know, and he explained it's not a public bill or a government bill. So in Article 93, 2, for instance, of the 1992 Constitution, Parliament is given the legislative power. In Article 103, 3, Clause 3, they are also given the right to investigate into administrative and other functions and so on, and also extended to proposals to legislate, proposals for legislation. And so Articles 93 to 103, 3, and even 108, 1 and 108, you know, 2, 7 to 10 and so on, all give the right to the members. So I tend to subscribe to Nana Dr. S.K.B. Asante's reading or interpretation of Article 108 in the 1992 Constitution, that Parliament over the years, since you mentioned 1957, 1969, 1979 Constitution, Parliament over the years has, in a sense, well, I wouldn't say categorically, but has seemed to cede its power, its legislative power to the executive. And I think this is the time with the private members bill regime that Parliament can assert. And I was congratulating Honorable Sosu when I realized that he had spearheaded 17 of the 24 private members bills that are in Parliament. So it's very important. I think that this is just a passing challenge. We need to see what will come out of it. But I think that this should not deter Parliament or legislators from continuing with this regime. You know, it affords the public, you know, it brings to light the public social justice issues, criminal customary issues like he's talking about, the witch, and other issues that the executive and the president are too busy to come to know. Even issues like affirmative action, environmental protection, you know, it's mentioned that sanitary pad taxes, and even electoral malpractices. I know that the electoral malpractices law has been, bill has been there, but it hasn't been passed, even in Parliament, and I'm wondering why. So there are so many issues that can come. And then very key is that it affords you and I, the citizens, ordinary citizens, a role. You might see it as indirect, but a role in legislation through the advocacy of civil society, through the media and legislators who are proposing or sponsoring these bills can actually play to of public opinion. The media is crucial here. So the media, if the media is going to do its work well in this democracy, it has to spearhead and publicize some of these things. And so the public hears about it, and sometimes it can even provide an indirect pressure on the executive to actually amend some of its, its rulings or its decisions not to assent or to assent. But not to assent, basically. I hope I have.
No, you certainly have, Doc. And
yes,
it's interesting you hold a view that this is just, a moment in time. It will perhaps help us strengthen, the regime even better. I'm sure we would not have, many people would not have heard about the fact that so much was going on within the private members bill space in the Parliament of Ghana, if not for the periods between September or so last year, right up till now. But so much has been going on, and perhaps this will help solidify the system, help us to strengthen. And that will lead me to my next set of questions, which will go to all of you as panel members. Yes, go ahead.
Can I add on something?
Go ahead,
I wanted
please.
to speak. With regard to democratic institutions, particularly the three main branches, they are supposed to be co-equal branches. But over time in government, co-equal branches of government, over time in Ghana and elsewhere, even the United States and so on, you have executive dominance amongst the, and so I think that the private members' bills regime is also another way by which we can, the parliament can exercise its checks and balance role, that oversight role, checking and balancing. So you see, in I think Article 106, is it 8 to 10 or so on, when the president refuses to assent to a bill, it comes back to parliament, parliament reconsiders it, takes it back and so on. If the president doesn't sign it within 14 days, parliament still, and correct me if I'm wrong, can sign it within 30 days and it becomes law. Or it's not as simple as that. Yes, definitely. So two-thirds resolution, top part in that article, clause 10 of 106, clause 11, yes. So the checks and balances is very important. We have a split executive, where there's a fusion of the presidential and parliamentary. So there's no complete separation of powers because we have a majority of our MPs coming. But the legislature has to assert itself and check and balance. I see the Supreme Court is doing something, is trying to do some stuff. So that's what I wanted to add. Yeah.
Very well,
Thank
very
you
well.
very much.
A big round of applause to our panelists for this first round of questioning. And the second round, and I'm starting with Honorable Sosu, I'm with the benefit of hindsight. And like I said, we have been following private members' bills regime since 2020 July. We've seen all the many movements that has been going on. But many people would have only heard about some of these things when the issues started, brewing. I read to you Speaker Okwe's admonition to the leadership at the time on what needed to be done, making sure that the structures are well laid out, making sure that the PFM Act considerations, we put things in place properly for all of that. With the benefit of hindsight, and as one MP who has been very involved in this process, do you see some big lessons that could be learned throughout this 4-year period? And what could be some of your recommendations for the ways forward on these lessons?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the lessons are in, I would say, maybe two main folds. One of them is that the private members' bills regime itself is also a tool for advocacy. So it is not every bill that you would initiate that will by all means pass. But even bringing the bill and agitating the issues are very, very important. I recall that it was somewhere in, it must be August, that we initiated a bill to abolish the 15% VAT on sanitary parts, both imported and locally manufactured parts. The government responded in the end of year budget by way of taking away those 15% taxes. So sometimes it can be a tool of advocacy. Not only that, I recall that when we talk about the mental health like this, the president actually promised that it was going to be, the government was going to bring bills to parliament to add mental health to national health insurance, because I raised as a parliamentary question also to the minister, and the minister alluded to that. But that hasn't happened yet. So I see the private members bill regime itself also as a very active advocacy tool that can be used by members of parliament that have interest in specific areas. I think one of the recent one has to do also with the extension of maternity leave as well as introduction of paternity leave. And there have been several responses, and I think the employment minister, we've had some background engagement where, and I'm like, anytime government is willing or ready to introduce bills in that direction, why not? We can always collaborate and make it happen. So the bills can be a tool of advocacy. The second one is that the private members bill itself can only pass if you build the appropriate synergy and consultation, and you deepen consultation, and also get people from both sides to buy into. I mean, you won't get everyone, but get, key people from both sides to support the bill that you bring. And I'm saying this because I recall that even for the death penalty bill, the day that the third movement of the third reading, I was not even in parliament to move for the third reading. It was the current majority leader, Honorable Penyumakin, who moved for the third reading, because at the time I was in the condemned cells as in Sawan prison, trying to follow up on some of people on death row. So I recall that when you are going into the Sawan prison, you usually will leave your phone. So when I came in, I saw plenty missed calls, and I'm like, what's happening? So, leader has moved for the third reading of the bill, and it's been passed. You see, and for you to be an opposition member of parliament, bring about a bill that you can have leaders from both sides actually coming together to support, and even in your absence in parliament, they can move the bill for it to be passed, tells you that there's a lot of engagement you need to do from both sides. And if you did that well, because I recall that the death penalty, when the bill first came, we did what we call a pre-laying engagement. So even before the bill was laid, we did an engagement. After it had been laid, we did an engagement. After, when the debate began in parliament, even we saw that the media were getting the conversations wrong, because you could hear media reports saying that when you abolish death penalty, tomorrow crime would increase, and so many things they were saying. And so the other lesson, that's the third lesson, was that, so the first one is the tool for advocacy, deepen consultation. The third one is training critical actors like the media, because I recall that we took all the media, the media corps in parliament for a training on death penalty. Before the training, there were 20 of them. We asked them, how many of you want the penalty abolished? 18 said, we don't want the penalty abolished. One said it should be abolished. The other one said he had no opinion. But after 2 hours of training, telling them about the death penalty story of Ghana, and the fact that even the law had been used more during military regimes, and how the law can affect innocent people due to wrongful convictions and things like that. As soon as the meeting was over and we did a survey again, 19 of them immediately said the death penalty law must be passed immediately and it must abolish the penalty. So there are many people that may be in parliament, in the media space, that may not give closer thought to the issues. And so doing deeper engagement and training on the subject matter helps in their communication. So later when we came back to parliament, you could see that they now appreciated the issue and they could communicate well on those issues. So I think these are the three key things I believe that. And of course, the engagement must not only be in parliament. You must also be engaging the executive. And I say the executive because the end game of every law would be a presidential assent. It's so important. And so you need to engage. And that is why, in fact, unfortunately on that engagement, it was my colleague's boss that was in that engagement, that we had to, myself, the Catholic Bishops Conference, Amnesty International, and several other CSOs did a very close engagement with the president on those bills and had to brief on the bills before even the president called for a cross-party approach to the passage of those bills. And these are all documented. And it was based on that even the president responded by going to the UN to sign the second memorandum, the optional protocol to end the use of death penalty. So those deep consultations and collaborations are very, very helpful to the passage of private members' bills. Thank you.
Doc, a round of applause indeed. Doc, and I'm happy that you indicated that you were part of the 2019 consultation, because around that time, you know, it was still gray area for us. We were not too sure. Even after the resolution was moved in Parliament in July of 2020, it was still gray area. Speaker says, let's build the systems. After that, the engagement with civil society, one of the big recommendations was that let's build the systems. 4 years down the line, would you, from your academic, private individual standpoint, see any lessons that must be learned by the political class, by the two arms of government, even the third that is being invited to make a ruling on the subject matter, which is the judiciary? Any lessons from the period and some recommendations for moving forward?
Okay, hello. Thank you very much, Sami. Yes, so looking at the, you know, all that has gone on in the last 5 years and what I've learned a bit more about the nitty-gritties of the private members bill from somebody who is actually there on the floor of the House all the time. I think that it's very important that consultations are done, like he said, very, very important. And I had noted down that negotiating, or the Americans will say bargaining, negotiating is very, very, very important, both within the House and the executive branch, because at the end of the day, if you have an uncooperative executive branch that will end up not signing these bills into law, then you begin to see the beginning of the end of the private members' bill. So I like how Honorable Sosu explained how they had consultation. So that is one. So in a sense, it's a lesson and also a recommendation at the same time. I also had put down that legislators must do the necessary groundwork, necessary deep groundwork in terms of research, in terms of even amongst the citizenry, public opinion, what is going to be important. Because if they have public opinion on their side, most likely the executive and the president will buy in. You know, I was reading about the letter, reading the notes or letter that the president wrote in terms of trying to explain why he did not assent to the Armed Forces Bill and Criminal Offences Bill and so on. And he's saying that he likes the contents of the bill, but because it has fiscal, is it financial implications or so on, they would like to bring it back as, you know, yes. But this was last December, and we are in July, so we are waiting. So I think it's very important. Legislators also, I think there must be continuous training and capacity building for legislators, the MPs, so that they can feel very, very confident and comfortable with the process. And then even in 2019, when we were at the stakeholders conference, it was acknowledged that the institutional structures were not really there. I think now there has been improvement. I understand there's a parliamentary councils or legal department now. And Madam Senna is there with the drafting. At that time, there wasn't anybody in the parliament, in the legislature. So that is a lesson we have learned. And that has actually helped to move, I dare say, the process forward, the drafting and so on. That's very, very important. And I wanted to say that, well, you know, consensus building is so important. You know, now we have a hung parliament. It is very important that we still build consensus, cross-party, bipartisanship. And private members' bills offer the opportunity for bipartisanship, like Honorable Sosu mentioned. It's very, very important. And a recommendation of mine will be to let's deepen that, let's push that. Let's push the bipartisanship on very, very key, important social issues. It gets rid of the rigid, you know, partisanship. And then even the citizens can see that, oh, these people, these who seem to be always at loggerheads with each other, they're actually cooperating to do that. So that negotiating is important, bargaining, the continuous training and capacity building of the MPs themselves, and of course, let's add the media, and the media sensitization of the public, and then of course, as I said before, getting the institutional structures to work, improving upon the institutional structures. All these need some financial, so I would argue that we should have some where in the budget, the parliamentary budget itself for these things, the training and so on are very important. And finally, of course, as a political scientist, I can't keep quiet until I say that all this will strengthen our democracy. So the checks and balances, each branch checking the other, and the legislature asserting their independence, their right to legislate through the private members' bills. I mean, there are so many things. Right Honorable Prof. Okwe and Prof. Kwesi Prempeh, they spoke about so many issues. Even affirmative action, I hear it's there, and I hope you people will pass it soon. I hear by the end of July, the committee chairperson said you pass it. All these things, mother-child welfare and so on, all these things are very, very important. And so when we do that, our democracy will be strengthened. Why? Because democracy is all about inclusion. So we include the majority and the minority members, so the opposition doesn't feel like, they don't have anything to do, they don't get desperate or in despair. So it's about inclusion, it's about participation, it's about consensus building, and it's about, freedoms and rights. So that's my little submission.
Amazing.
Thank you very much.
And already I'm seeing some of the recommendation section in our finalized policy brief shaping up beautifully to be able to proffer some of these areas of recommendation to Parliament. And Deputy AG, still on the same question, but I want to lace it with this bit. I noticed that in all of the private members' bills that are even under contention, or in contention, the disagreement really is not about the content. It's mostly about procedure, what needed to be done. And that's why Doc mentioned that for some of them, His Excellency the President had indicated that he would rather the AG's office brought almost the finished work back to Parliament, as I'm not too sure whether Honorable Soso would want to support that line of action. But of course, the question again is on how soon these will come, considering that the 8th Parliament will expire very soon. But sitting outside as a non-member of Parliament who is engaged with all of these processes, with the benefit of hindsight, any lessons learned, any ways forward for our respective consideration?
Thank you very much. Very much. You look at the current trend. It is mostly the opposition MPs who have been introducing if you look at the trend, you realize that it is the opposition MPs who have been introducing private members' bills. So does it mean that the majority, those in government, are also not interested? But it is so I know there are some of the bills where you see that kind of collaboration. I'm raising this point to let us think about it, that there's a need for those in opposition and those in government to collaborate.
Yeah, so there is one like that. Just to draw attention, the one that removed attempted suicide was led by Honorable the chairman of our constitutional. What's the name? Anyimedu. Right. And then the ranking Ahia for the two of them sponsored that together. And the 2021
also list, that's the road traffic amendment. But yes, the majority of the bills. I think that's the point. And I think that it is, as Doc said, it is an attempt to also make the opposition part of our governance structure. So if you have Honorable Sosubi, an opposition MP, introducing a bill and having the governors support the same bill, have it
assented to by the president. It means that he's now part and parcel of the system, unlike system where everything has to come from the executive. And so it is a system that we all need to encourage members to do. But if you also look at this other side of it, that if you are a member of parliament and you are in government, whether as an MP or as a minister, and your friend in opposition introduces the bill, and you think that that bill is good for the, in fact, for the entire nation, that bill is very, very good. How will you stand on the floor of parliament and say, I'm going to speak against this particular bill, despite the fact that your government may be against such a bill? So it can also be used as a political tool. That's my humble thinking. That if there is something there that any government is not doing, and opposition MP is able to bring it up for us to legislate on, and the government thinks that this one should not go through, I mean, it gives the electorate the opportunity to also assess the government at the end of its mandate. So it's one of the tools that we can use in assessing all government. Even MPs, it can also be used in assessing how our MPs also work in parliament. Nobody should tell me that Honorable Sosu has not been a very good MP, because I've seen it in the work that he does in parliament. So it can also be used as a tool to even assess our MPs. But at the end of the day, we should address the main question, how such a bill should be admitted. If we want to address it, I think we'll move on. Since 57 to 92 to 79, 0. Even 92 until 2020, that we had the first one. So we are building on it. Let's all support it. It also gives the electorate or even the ordinary person the opportunity to also make laws. That's also very good. Because as the right honorable speaker said, a student wrote a memo, a letter to parliament, and now we have the suicide bill. And so, Sammy, it is a journey that we have started. It is a journey that we must encourage members to go through, and it can also be a journey that we can use to check in both the executive and our MPs when it comes to the renewal of their mandate. Amazing. Big round of applause for our panelists.
And I have listed as many as 10 recommendations from our panelists already. Mr. Speaker also had his own set of recommendations, which all of these will be very useful. Mindful of our time and knowing that our panelists made it very early, they have other things on their very busy schedule to deal with. And I also know that the Students' Parliaments would want to have their own joint session. I'll leave room for just a few questions or comments from the audience, just so that we don't leave you out of all of this. I know that many of the issues have been covered, so if there are one or two areas that still requires questions or comments from, yes, I'm seeing 2 hands up. Let's, can someone help me with moving the microphone around? Yes, Clement, please. I see the gentleman in the second row here. There is a lady in black standing at the top. And please let our questions or comments be brief, straight to the point, and our panelists would address them.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Please, my name is Ibrahim Niadesekwao, Majority Leader of University of Ghana Parliament House. Mine has to do with comments, not question. I pray and plead that the media take it upon themselves to make it an initiative on their own. Reason being that is the media plays a critical role in this particular conversation. A lot of misinformation regarding private bill, media talking about it or making comments on it, sure that they are that it become an advocacy tool. So we really need the media to play a critical role in it, not just by bastardizing it or making it look it is a political or to the majority here and there. And we also pray that the parties will come together to make sure that it is going to be a interest, not a witch hunting, and then opposition will make the majority feel whatnot. So this again will strengthen our democracy from below. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A very good point made there. Not a question, but a comment. And I see all the big media brands present here today. So it's a charge to them to continue with this conversation. Okay, I'll take him, and then there was the lady standing in black. But let's have yours quickly.
Thank you very much. My question is a bit.
You can mention your name and
Amantana Mashud. Yes. It is believed that, by the ordinary citizenry, that the refusal by the president to assent to bills as a result of political differences, especially when it's coming from the other side of the house. And I want to pray that this belief among the ordinary citizenry, because it is becoming a thing among Ghanaians that some of these things is as a result of political differences, and that is why certain things are not being approved, and not necessarily because of the content of the bill, but because of the political difference.
Very good question. We'll come to that. We're noting them down. The lady in black who is standing on the stairs. Trying to take these set of questions, and then our panel can address them together. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, please. My name is Jessica Iram. I just want to ask that we have been hearing about constitutional review, and I want to ask, is it a bill that has to be proposed, or is just something that maybe the government, parliament can take on by their own self? And if it's a bill, can it be proposed by the private member?
Right. So our clamor for constitutional review, can it come through PMBs? What approaches? Okay, the gentleman, step down a few steps. Yes, let's have him, and then I think I'll take the final one from the top.
My name is Abdul Wahab Razak. I'm a member of UGPH and a volunteer with Radio University. Yeah, so my question is directed to Honorable Sosu. Most of the time, we see first-time MPs being backbenchers who are even denied opportunity to contribute to debate on the floor. As a budding politician, most of us here, I would want to find out from you, what has kept you going all this while?
Right. So the Sosu experience and what the upcoming Sosus can learn from it, isn't it? All right. The last question from the gentleman standing. Hey, Clement, you are usurping my powers. Don't worry, give it to him. You are by him, so give it to him first.
My name is Obed Mbarin, an active member of the University of Ghana Parliament House. I have two questions, and they are very brief. And I think Honorable Xavier Sosu is the best person to answer this question. How does Ghana's Parliament ensure that private members' bill aligns with national development priorities? That's my first question. The second one is, what are the challenges faced by private members in getting their bills passed in Ghana? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. The very final question at the top, and then we'll come to our panelists who will take turns to answer those ones that relate to them, and then we'll be bringing this to a close.
Thank you very much. My name is Benjamin Kester-Boatin. My question is going to the honorable member. As an MP, how do you perceive the impact of executive influence on the legislative process, especially in light of the recent criticism by the Speaker with regards to the anti-LGBTQ+? What step do you believe should be taken to uphold the principle of separation of powers and ensure independence of the Parliament? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very, very much. I see some of the questions being a way for people to test their assignment questions with our panelists here. Very powerful thesis questions. So, Honorable Chair, let me start from you. Any of them you want to pick, and
all right.
What's your take?
Let me answer the question of constitutional review. I think that's whether that could be routed through the PMB system. I have my doubt, but that's a major one. And if you notice, we even had to set up a commission. Subsequently, there was another committee of which I'm a member, and just came out with something. So it's a very complex process that you cannot use PMB to resolve it. Honorable Sosu, I think the others you can answer because you are in part. Unless there's something else that you think.
The bit about whether the
refusal to accent is the politicians playing politics with refusal to accent.
All right. Actually, that isn't the case. If that were a case, the president would have assigned reasons. And if the president assigns reason for doing an act, then he may want people to know the reason behind all those things. Nothing about politics. If at the end of the day, Parliament, I don't know, Mr. Speaker is not here, I don't know whether they've responded or reacted to the letter that the president wrote. Depending on the response, if there's a concession that, oh, now, we think that then you may want, President, we have no problem with you asking your Attorney General to initiate the process, we'll go by it. Or they may also want to go by the today's majority route that they have. But I don't know much about that, but it has nothing to do with politics. Otherwise, the first one already have been signed. The road one was signed, then the one on the criminal one, the death penalty was also signed.
Very well. Honorable Sosu.
Yeah, thank you. So, because my senior colleague, he is wearing one hat, or maybe two hats as a Minister of Justice and Attorney General, it's a purely, professional space. So, let's not be dragging him into the political conversation. Like me sitting here as a lawyer and a politician, even when political decisions are taken, we can still have very good explanations to them. So we can give you very beautiful explanations, even when the decision is political. And so, yeah, I can understand him and his position. And I mean, now let me take the direct ones. How, as a backbencher, I think it's about preparation before you get into, the whole political space. If you do not prepare yourself well before you take on these positions, you may not be able to perform so well. So I think that is the most critical one. I think by God's grace, go to the Parliament of Ghana, knowing clearly in my mind, what I really want to contribute. And I have a legacy mentality that it's about the next generation. It's about tomorrow. It's not about today. So the decisions you take today should be able to leave lasting impact on people. So when I leave Parliament, what can I do that people can come back and relate to? So when you think in that direction, you don't think about just what you get in today, and maybe what committee will give you money or whatever. You are interested in what you would do that can affect people and impact lives. And I think that is the motivation behind all the things that I do in Parliament and maybe will continue to do. The second one, I think the first thesis question about...
There's a parliamentary PMBs aligning with national development.
Yes. So, yeah. So I think that is also very, very important. Now, you see, every member of Parliament, I call Parliament as a house of interests. That is why we are all not one. We have different backgrounds. Some are economists, others are political scientists, others are engineers. So I believe that whatever your background is, you should have areas of national interest that relate to your background, and you can lead a charge to develop PMBs that can address issues in that direction. And that is why a lot of the things that, a lot of the PMBs that I am championing, most of them are social interventionists, or just trying to do something that helps the most vulnerable, in society. That is, and I think that aligns with national goals. When you look at there are two types of development: the physical development, and we have the social development. And so, if you want to test the quality of life of people, we have the development index that is used to test that. Usually we'll measure impact of social policies and laws on people's life and their well-being. And so I think that every PMB, before even you set out, it must be an area of national life where there is a defect, and you are proposing those PMBs to address those defects. So there must always be what we call, when in legislative language, we say there must be a mischief, right, that your law is designed to cure. For example, I found, as a practicing lawyer, representing a lot of victims of sexual violations, that it was difficult for people to pay for medical forms that are issued by police when they get to the when they get to the hospital and the doctors sign the forms. Now the forms themselves are free, and under the law, care is also supposed to be free. But when the medical doctors sign that form, which usually become a very primary document for prosecution, unless you pay between 300 Ghana or 1,500 Ghana, they won't give you the form. Because the doctors always complain that when they do that, later they'll be calling them to court to come and represent in cases, so they will charge you. Otherwise, they won't sign it. That is a lacuna, right? Because it affects many people who are unable to get money to pay for. So I have a private members bill actually doing two things: criminalizing the act of extorting money from victims, and also adding the cost to the NHIS, so that anytime you go through a process like that, if a medical doctor will have to be brought to hospital to whatever the prosecution, they can always do it through an arrangement through the National Health Insurance or something, rather than punishing the victim of crime with things like that. So this is how you do. You identify the mischief, and then you attempt to cure the mischief through the PMB. Thank you.
One final one for you briefly. As an MP, what have been the challenges you faced pursuing PMB?
I think that it's mostly financial. And then also the typical, I don't think I want to mention that one. The other one, see, the other one is a human thing. If you read the laws of power, all of you are politicians, political scientists, so you understand the laws of power, right? You can't outshine your masters. I mean, you can't. So there are things that, there are natural, human, human and spiritual obstacles that, you have to pray. I remember that at a point in time, even the death penalty, I picked the bill and put it before the altar of God and sowed seeds and said, Lord, when Jesus came, he replaced death with life. So if the Bible is right, Lord, you have to do something, because you have to touch the heart of people so that we can get these bills passed. These are practical things. It can be very, very frustrating. It can be very, very draining. I think that but the most important one is financial, because if government bills are usually anchored by agencies. So the agency will provide the financial support even to parliamentarians when we have to do these engagements and so on and so forth. But for the private members bill, from the stage of pre-laying engagement, all the expenditure on research, I mean, if I tell you how much I pay in research just to get people to put a research document together so we can do it, you won't believe it. Some of them are very, very huge sums of money. And when they are ready, if you need to do your own small stakeholder engagement, it's very, very expensive. But I think at a certain point in time, one of the ways you can navigate that is also to build synergy with CSOs that have interest in the area. Because I recall that there were some of the times that you have CSOs like PN Africa, Amnesty International, other people coming on board to support some of the engagements, across board. Some of the diplomatic missions, Australia High Commission, for example, British High Commission, others who are interested in some of the areas of laws will all come together to assist. So it's mainly financial. So we are praying that there will be a special fund in Parliament dedicated to, in fact, initially also, it was also the lack of clear procedure in Parliament. So I wrote an article even on private members as part of my doctoral work when I did my experiential. I wrote on the private members bill, and one of the problems was the lack of clear, procedure with timelines in Parliament for that. And my recommendation that was that we get clear procedure, but I think that has been dealt with now in our new standing orders. And so it's work in progress. It's work in progress. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I know that, a round of applause. Yes, I see that you wanted to. Doc, there were two of the questions, the thesis-related ones, which I know they probably are trying to get the answers from their lecturer who is lecturing them on these matters. But maybe you may also want to give a shot to that. The whole issue about PMBs aligning to development priorities, your take on that, and then the issue of executive influence on, you know, the legislative process, the overbearing nature of the executive branch on the legislative, and how all of these affects positively or negatively the entire private members bill regime. You may want to wrap it up with us on that.
Okay, thank you very much, Sami. So I think the first question, the international, somebody talked about international development, what, objectives, yes. Yes, so I think it's important that, you know, these PMBs align with international development objectives. What are some of these international development objectives? Those objectives that even should align, they're international, but the national objectives of development should, you know, there should be a commonality between that and the international development objectives. You definitely want to, when you look at the Human Development Index, you definitely want to focus on education. You want to focus on healthcare, isn't it? Education and literacy, healthcare. So if there are gaps, I think that is the whole idea, to identify gaps in our laws. So you notice that a lot of the PMBs that are in the works are even amendments. You know, they've identified gaps in the laws. They want to amend those to fill those holes or those gaps. And so education, healthcare, even, you know, gender issues, you know, the same pay for the same work, and how you even can compensate women, the spousal, you know, spousal bills in terms of inheritance, and so on, child rights. All these align. These are things that Ghana should be interested in and is interested in, and they align with our Human Development Index and international development objectives. So the key thing is to identify those gaps and to try to fill in those gaps. Somebody, I think somewhere mentioned, did I hear separation of powers and so on? When I was thinking about this, I was wondering whether we should recommend a complete separation of powers. But again, that will go to the constitutional review, and how complex that will be. What are the positives of that? If there's a complete separation of powers, then it means that parliamentarians can actually cultivate a profession. They can actually be professional legislators in their own right, like you had Senator McCain and Senator Ted Kennedy and others in the United States. Powerful people who actually lobbied both sides of Congress to be able to. So I think that would be one of the advantages. But in reality, do we want to go there? That's the question for the constitutional review. If we did that, I would be happy. Amending the constitution to have a complete separation of powers. Where the majority of MPs do not come. And some may argue, yes, majority of ministers coming from parliament. One may say that, where are you going to then get them from? And then also, what are you going to give to the boys or girls who have helped? Anyway, so is there one more? That was the last one.
No, I think that's about it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A big round of
applause for all the members of our panel. We understand, of course, that our friends from the media will also want to specific questions to our panel members. We'll create, you know, that one-on-one platform, you know, for the Crosby. You wanted to ask your question in plenary? Okay, please. Okay, let's take that one as the final one, and then. But there will be interview session, you know, with the indulgence of our panelists after this, because we are running out of time.
Deputy AG.
I'll be around.
Correct.
Some few minutes.
Correct. All right. A round of applause for all of them once again. So we brought this part of our meeting to a close. I'm minded about the time. It's 5 minutes to 2 o'clock. Thank you very much for making time to be with us. I know that the UG Parliament House will give the further announcement on the joint sitting, but while we wait for that, I would like to invite Laurentia Owusu, caucus leader, who would give us the vote of thanks. Let's give a big round of applause to Laurentia as she comes. Isha comes though, when we are done and we are checking out, you will find some QR codes on the wall, which is meant to be the feedback form. Scan them and provide us feedback so that we can take your feedback in designing future engagements of such nature, which will speak specifically to the issues that you are looking at. And then there is packed lunch out there, so for the student parliamentarians and everybody else, before you come in for your other session, there is lunch in there. Doc.
Oh, I was wondering if it's allowed to congratulate the University of Ghana Parliament House.
Of course.
Most of them are my students from the Department of Political Science, so congratulations on your 20th anniversary.
Of course, of course. A big round of applause for you on your 20th anniversary. Laurentia.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Alban Bagdin, Honorable Francis Xavier Sosu, Honorable Alfred Tiayeboa, Dr. Mami Jechi, esteemed members of Parliament, members of civil society, the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to firstly express my sincere gratitude to Mr. Speaker, who is not here, but he took time off his busy schedule to be here. Also, I say great thank you to all the dignitaries who made our panel discussion possible. A heartfelt appreciation also goes to the leadership of UGPH and PN Africa, the media present, civil societies, and all attendees for your attendance and engaged involvement in this insightful open forum on 4 years of private members in Parliament, the experiences, lessons, and ways forward. We sincerely thank all of the attendees, the coordinators and sponsors who make this forum possible. Thanks to your contributions, today's event was a huge success. Thank you all.
Thank you so very much, Laurentia. And thank you all very, very much for coming. We will take our closing prayer. A volunteer for the closing prayer while we would usher out our guests for them to have the engagement with the media outside. We'll take our lunch. Speaker of UGPH, any announcements for your people?
The announcement is that for all the participants here, please remain seated. The lunch will be brought to you. And after you take your lunch, please make sure you commingle or eat it very fast. We have a joint parliamentary sitting, and we want to do that very fast and then leave the auditorium. So let's pay attention. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. A round of applause for ourselves, even as we close this. Thank you. Wahab.
Let's be in the mode of prayer. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. آمين.
Thank you very much.